Hello, good evening, everyone. Well, looking forward to starting this. Danganronpa Lapse. This is a fan-made game in the series. One of the few ones that I've encountered that are complete. Oh, I've played some of the fan games before. At least they were just demos, however. They were only like usually the prologue. Only the prologue was done. Other ones I've seen, it's only done like up through chapter 1 or 2. Some that have been canceled altogether. But yeah, here's one that's actually a complete one. So let's check this out and see how well it does. The many menus located at the bottom of the screen. Right click something. The heart of man is very much like the sea. It has its storms, it has its tides, and in its depths it has its pearls too. Ring ring. Huh? What is that sound? Okay. I open my heavy eyelids to an unfamiliar room. Oh. Guess I was asleep, but where am I? This isn't my room. I turn my head to the right to see a small old-fashioned alarm clock on the nightstand. The time read 7:30. 7:30? In the morning or evening? I reached over to stop the alarm when suddenly I felt a dull pain in the back of my head. Yeah, both the alarm clock is the old-fashioned kind, and I see the telephone next to it, which is one of those very old-fashioned rotary phones. Ow! I sat up from the bed to rub my head and shut off the alarm. The pain subsided quickly, and then it was then did I fully take in my surroundings. I found myself in a comfortable room. Soft lighting rested against the warm-colored walls. The furniture was devoid of any dust or dirt, and the bed itself was extremely plush. An unassuming painting hung just above my head. I scooted from the center of the bed, kicked my feet out from under the covers, and began perusing the room of its amenities. A roomy closet, a small writing desk in the corner, and a single bathroom. It was overall a rather luxurious room without seeming overly elegant in its design. The room is comfortable enough, but how on earth did I get here? Am I imagining this? Oh, I hope I didn't hit my head. I went to the bathroom, turned on the cold tap, and let my cupped hands fill with the crisp water before splashing my face. The chill snapped my senses awake as I took a moment to collect myself. Well, as far as I can tell, at least I'm in one piece. I noticed my everyday coat was on a hanger behind me. I pulled the coat on and adjusted myself. Wouldn't hurt to recall the basics. My name is Echo Pine. I'm a student at Calm Mind Institute, coming toward the end of my final year. My best friend is Ashley. Ashley? The last thing I remembered was seeing my best friend Ashley off for the day as she went to take care of her horses. Ashley, I wonder if she made it home all right. I admit I was a little less thorough in making sure she made it into her house that late afternoon, but I'm sure she's all right. Or I hope. We'll see. I racked my brain thinking about that evening. Alright, thanks for the lift. Be careful with your ankle. I can't believe you insisted on driving even though it's sprained. No problem at all. Besides, my ankle's almost done healing, so it's no big deal. It's not like I drive with that foot anyway. I'm just worried since I can't walk you to the door. Wanted to see if Applejack was in a petting mood tonight. Applejack, huh? You have 5 other horses, multicolored ones. My house is right there. You don't need to worry. And if she is, I'll make sure to give that kitty a good scratching for you. Oh, it's a cat. You mentioned her horses, so I thought that was who. I assumed that was who you were referring to. All right, thanks. Night, Ash. Night, Echo. I left the car in park and watched as Ashley crossed the lawn. I declined putting any more strain on my left ankle since it was still recovering from a sprain, but I remained vigilant. Her porch light wasn't on, so as she got closer to the house, she faded into the evening shadows. I waited a few more minutes until I heard her front door close. Okay, time to get back. I shifted back into drive and let the wheels crawl before accelerating. But upon my slow graze across the gravel, I didn't see her living room light turn on. I was worried, but I was certain I heard her front door close. Was I really certain, though? I remember clearly driving off, not seeing... Nothing. Suddenly a darkness welled up inside me. Was I in this strange unknown remote location because I didn't make sure my friend was safe in her home? No, that would be absurd. Those two things can't be linked together, just because I was less cautious than usual. I combed through the room once more, and realized I didn't have any of my personal possessions on hand or in the room itself. No phone to call Ashley to make sure she's okay. Sure, there was an ancient landline service phone in the room, but I didn't know where I was to begin with. I started to panic. I had to get out of here. I got so caught up in both my head and an unprovoked fear that I threw the door open with full force, nearly hitting the person just outside. Whoa, watch it! Ash? Ah, so she is here too. Echo? It was strange. The very friend I thought I suffered a consequence for not making sure they made it home safe was standing right in front of me for some inexplicable reason. You're okay. Ashley Westbridge, a dear old friend of mine. She's what some people would call a horse girl, which seems like a vague thing to call someone who just happens to tend to equines. That irrelevant thought aside. Yeah, of course I'm okay. But what about you? You're pale as a ghost. I just got a little worked up is all. I woke up in this unknown place, and I thought it was because I didn't see your lights go on in your house before I drove off. I rattled off the thoughts that stirred my fears just moments ago. Echo, it's okay. You don't have to worry about a thing. I made it home to take care of Hyperion, all in one place. I was just a little tired is all. So I went straight to the stables behind the house and took the back door entrance. Sorry I worried you. Ashley wrapped me in a big familiar hug and I immediately felt calm. Thanks, Ash. I know I shouldn't get so worked up about stuff like that, but sometimes I just can't help it. Okay, if they're both here, I get the very bad feeling that one of them is not making it out of here alive. If the patterns of other games are to be taken into account. You know, one thought led to another, and I just happened I just jumped to the worst possible conclusion. Echo, you shouldn't fret so much. You'll make yourself sick with worry. However, I can totally understand where your worry might come from, especially in this scenario. Yeah, just where are we? Yes, that is the question. With my mind and heart at ease, I discussed the situation with Ashley. I told her that I woke up not long ago thanks to the provided alarm clock, and her experience was just the same. She too felt the dull pain of a lingering headache upon awakening. And she too felt a brief moment of confusion due to the unknown setting. I couldn't find any of my possessions in my room. I tried to find my phone to call you, but no luck. Okay, we have... Ah, good. Here's our saves. I don't have anything of note in my phone either. I don't have any of my things with me, like my satchel or phone. It's odd. Although, there aren't any answers to the obvious questions, like, how did we get here, where are my things, etc. I strangely feel comfortable here. That'll change. I think it might be that super plush bed. Not gonna lie, I really like that back home. We laughed among ourselves and decided to explore what seemed to be some sort of mansion. I still felt uneasy, but thanks to seeing a familiar face, I felt a little safer. I closed my room door behind me, noticing there was a plaque that was adorned with the symbol of my high school. Looking further down the hall, the various other door plaques shared the same features. I spotted Ashley's right away as well. Seems her room was just adjacent to mine across the hall. Looks like there are other students here as well. Other plaques with school emblems, I'm assuming. So they're not all from the same academy. Seems that way, although I haven't ran into anyone yet. Not literally like you, of course. Very funny. The hall interior was all very ornate, with dark wood lining the walls and candle sconces lining the path. The dark wood floor was covered in a thick woven rug that created a path toward an opening in the hallway. I think I can hear some others down the hall. Ashley took the lead as we curiously walked through the hall, taking in the ambience as we gazed at the miscellaneous paintings of nature that hung on the wall. The sound of lively conversation grew louder as we approached the connecting room. This is probably where we're going to meet the others. Sure enough, there were 3 other people having a lively chat in the foyer. Hey, you two, good of you to make it. I was wondering how many other people were going to come around. You could just count how many doors with plaques there are in the living quarters hallway. Nah, I'm not attentive enough for something like that. I'll figure it out from how many of you I'll meet up with. You're awfully carefree, aren't you? Yeah, it's because I have good company with you lovely folks. Aw, come on, what's with the cold shoulders? I'm just here to have a good time. Well, this guy's pretty nonchalant so far. The person with the hat continued preoccupying his present less than willing company with his lively conversation. I quietly took in the atmosphere of the foyer before approaching the group. The main clearing was huge. It featured a shiny white marble floor extending into the 2 spiraling staircases on either side of its circular walls. An elevator resided in the center of the wall, opposite from the front door. A beautiful chandelier hung from the center of the marbled ceiling, just above a modest table at ground level. The wooden table itself was rather bare, only containing a decorative flower vase and a very polite note printed on premium-grade cardstock. Thank you for joining us in this momentous occasion. Please make your welcome official by signing in utilizing the bracelets that have been provided. Bracelets, huh? Simply tap the bracelet to the digital kiosk that is located at the foot of the stairs. I lifted my left wrist to see the bracelet in question. It was a light, simple thing. A rose gold plate with my name on it, strung into a bracelet with a small chain of the same color. I hadn't even noticed it until now. Ashley was admiring hers just as I did. Her bracelet hung on her right wrist, just above her own wood-cuff bracelet. I looked over at the other students' wrists as well, and they all had the same thing, albeit presumably with their own names. What was the purpose of these things anyway? I think I have an idea. Rather than get absorbed in wondering about the small decoration, I decided to join in a small conversation. Hello there. Have you three already scanned your bracelets? Yes, we convened here just a few minutes ago. I would recommend you scan your bracelets in the kiosk as well, since it grants access to rooms after the welcome. I'm going to turn the sound down just a little bit. I'm not sure if it's... I'm not sure if I can be heard above it. I'm pretty sure I can, because of my... thanks to the mic settings, but we'll have to see. Oh, well then, don't mind if I do. I went over to the aforementioned kiosk that was nestled strangely within the luxurious decor. The kiosk displayed a simple map of the first floor, layout by default. The foyer led to 4 locations: the living quarters, the dining hall, the study, and the theater. Okay. I held up my wrist close to the screen, and it quickly detected my bracelet, displaying a sparse summary of information, my name, and a profile picture. Thank you for signing in. You may now roam the first floor freely. Your bracelet corresponds to your room and your room alone. They are paramount to keeping your personal room and its belongings safe. Please take care of it. Please make yourself comfortable with all the given accommodations, and once again, welcome. The screen went to the original map screen, as it was before I scanned my bracelet. I stepped aside to let Ashley sign in as well, and in the meantime, got to introducing myself to the other students. Hey there, I'm Echo Pine, and this is my friend, Ashley Westbridge. Nice to meet you all. Likewise, I'm Arturio Campopiano, but art is perfectly fine. Okay. Missy Vesper, the pleasure's all mine. Canon Oda. Have you all met before? That would be a negative. Nothing like making new friends though, right? Canon said nothing, instead letting out a loud sigh with absolutely no subtlety in hiding her annoyance toward Art's enthusiasm. I see. Oh yeah, I noticed. Ally Gal, thank you for following. That said, you mentioned you two were acquainted. Oh yeah, we were pen pals the summer before high school started, and we just became close over time. That's quite endearing. Oh, thank you. I didn't expect that kind of answer from Missy. Maybe she's the type to secretly cry at romantic movies. Well, if we're all signed in, why don't we visit the dining hall? I don't know about the rest of you, but I feel tea is in order after waking up. I'm in favor of that idea. I'd like to explore afterwards as well. Yeah, I wonder who else we're going to run into. This is exciting. Missy walked briskly toward the dining hall, which was just opposite of the living quarters hall, where we entered the foyer. Art followed quickly after which just left Cannon back in the giant clearing. I'll explore at my own pace, thank you. Oh, okay. I suppose we'll see you later? Okay, so you're the cold, brooding one, huh? With a curt and definitive statement, Cannon made her case, stating she was going to stay put in the foyer. Ashley and I followed the other two into the dining hall, leaving Cannon to her business. Okay. Starting to start having a lot of names to remember. The dining hall was rather small and intimate. A single long woodcraft table and modest chandelier created the centerpiece. A black marble fireplace with a natural painting hanging just above decorated the far wall. The table setting bore 16 chairs, 14 on each side and 2 on the heads of the table. The table was already decorated with light accessories, candelabra, small vases of flowers, and an encyclopedia about ships. Interesting thing to have there. I wonder if these are... I'm curious about this, because the 2 on the heads of the table, I wonder if there's specific places for certain people. I wonder. The room itself was connected to a small kitchen, one with the usual kitchen staple appliances, an oven, a refrigerator, a large dishwashing sink, a gas range, and all the utensils and tools one might need. A small storehouse pantry was off to the side, with nothing of readily edible interest to the common person. Wow, this place is super loaded, huh? Art made a beeline for the 2 side rooms, poking in and out of the dining hall between the pantry and kitchen. Missy, on the other hand, gazed slowly around the dining hall itself. It's a very fine setting, but not so much that it feels oppressively high-end. Yep, everything looks to be in order for a good meal. Art finally stopped pacing around and sat at one of the seats, kicking his feet up on the table as he looked around the room. Missy noticeably shook her head at the action. But, where is everyone? The place seems like a bunch of people, but there are only 5 of us. I wonder if no one else woke up yet. Maybe others ignored their alarms. Some people like to sleep in, after all. I approached the natural painting above the fireplace, admiring the soft colors and brushwork. As I stood in front of it, the painting faded out to reveal what looked to be an emblem. Huh? Following the display of the emblem screen, an announcement came from overhead speakers within the room, the voice silverly and modulated. Thank you for joining us today. We hope you have a lovely stay. Feel free to utilize the kitchen to your heart's content, or if you're unable to, you may use the automated cook feature by tapping your bracelet onto the kitchen's digital kiosk and selecting a meal. Oh, convenient. If neither of these suit your particular taste, you may consult your group's ultimate level kitchen hand. What? The emblem disappeared, returning the screen to its initial artwork display. But what did that mean? What's an ultimate level kitchen hand? Is that the talent of one of the people here? I turned to ask one of the other students, but it looked like Art had already figured it out. Or rather, figured something out. Whatever he started going on about next made no sense to me. Oh, I get it. This is the safe house a private group provided for us, since we signed up for the Preservation Project. Preservation Project? Huh? You signed up to be here? something like Project Gopher from V3? Yeah, of course. If I guessed correctly, we all seem to be Ultimate students. There's some serious Ultimate vibes in this room, don't you think? Yes, that seems to be the case. What's an Ultimate student? Oh, does he not? Don't tell me you don't know. Oh man, what are you even doing here? Ultimate students are typically high school students who have super excelled in their field of expertise. They are often scouted by groups with various intentions, virtuous or nefarious. They'll often have a focused set of skills that takes their abilities desirable to certain people, and with good reason. If there's a talent you can think of, there's probably an Ultimate student out there that'll knock your socks off with their amazingness. So you're saying everyone here is super talented? You're kidding, right? You've been walking around this whole time with Ashley Westbridge, the ultimate jockey, and you didn't even know? Oh. Huh? Ultimate jockey? She doesn't? I usually don't talk about my talent outside my usual day-to-day. I've heard of Ashley Westbridge's accomplishments. She can wrangle just about any horse and ride them to victory. It's quite impressive to be able to tame such creatures, and any variety nonetheless. However, I read that you excel best with your main partner, Hyperion. A Pinto Tricanner? I think so. Oh my, I didn't realize my achievements were so widely regarded. It's a little embarrassing hearing others remark upon them. Wow, even so. I looked over to Ashley, who, despite the sudden grandeur, looked as modest as ever. Honestly, I thought you were a typical horse girl. I don't know whether to find that humbling or insulting to my talent. No kidding. So Ashley held the title of Ultimate Jockey, huh? I was curious to know what that implied. I never knew her to be particularly eccentric when it came to her lifestyle at the stables. For how long during our friendship did she have that title? Enough about me. What about you two? I admit I can't really put a talent to either of your names. With this newfound knowledge of the situation, I was curious to learn about the other students here. I guess we'll start with Art. Your name is Art, right? May I ask what your talent is? Sure, I'm the ultimate golfer. I never miss my mark. Total holes in one all day, every day. Wow, how do you manage that? I don't know. I can't stand having to put more energy into extra strokes, so I make the first and last one count. What kind of reasoning was that to become a pro golfer? That's an interesting way to go about it. I can't even imagine being able to control the club like that. It took a lot of practice, for sure. I used to golf a lot with my grandpa. It was all in good fun back in the day, so I guess I never really thought about it as work, you know? Flubbed a few times, sure, but who doesn't? Art seems to have taken a lot of pride with his title. It's admirable. And Missy? What these individual groups or institutions do with the students is beyond me. I've not heard of many stories of success or failure from anyone who's had the luxury of being accepted. In any case, don't take much stock in the title is all I'm saying. I have to admit, though, I'm rather curious of the titles now that the subject has been brought up. That's understandable. I'm the ultimate tactician. Oh. Tactician, like battle tactics? No, more like political campaign tactics and strategies. The less interesting of the two people usually think of. I've been at the forefront of numerous political campaigns and battles, many of which I've been employed to strategize against my competing forces. Really? Aren't you basically manipulating the winner outcome then? The choice is not mine, but the people's. I simply put the message out, framing it in the most self-beneficial way possible for each side. think political campaigns can be interesting. But wouldn't Ultimate Campaign Manager be a more appropriate title? Well, I'm not the one who came up with the title. I see. Missy seems to be a very self-assured person who doesn't seem to care much for the extravagance an Ultimate title implies. Such captivating talents. I'd love to watch one of your games, Art. Oh, it's nothing. I bet horse racing is much more interesting. Indeed, your feats of athleticism are quite impressive. Yeah, I admit it's hard to imagine. It's not really such a big deal, Echo. Honestly, the whole Ultimate Student thing feels a tad blown out of proportion. Sensing Ashley was done with the praise, I shifted the topic. Now that we're all acquainted, why don't we look around some more? Looks like there's more to be seen upstairs. Is Echo gonna be like Hajime, who didn't remember his? Or others we've seen, pretty much obligatory. Again, the one who doesn't remember their talent. Oh yes, it was a pleasure talking to you two. Don't be a stranger, we can explore together. Art's echoing voice sounded through the dining hall. Oh man, the kitchen features are cool! What's this? Clone. On second thought, I might keep an eye on Art for a while. I'm sure he won't mind the company. Alright, we'll see you around. Alright. Ashley and I stepped out of the dining hall into the foyer once more. Cannon didn't stay for long. The foyer was devoid of her presence. Where to? There are stairs going up, but I think we should check the entirety of this floor first. I was thinking the same. Why don't you pick where we go next? Sure, the other locations are the study and the theater. How about the theater? Ashley and I walked across the hallways to our next location, the theater. The theater was something to behold. Although it was a fairly intimate scene with few row seats and a medium-sized stage, it still had a fair of elegance thanks to the decor. The rich red velvet curtains glowed underneath the gaze of a bright spotlight. The stage was occupied by 3 students who seemed to be having a heated discussion. You really want to stand by that theory? Hey, to each their own. I'm not knocking you for thinking the obvious. Let's settle down, please. Absolutely not. I have no intention of changing my view for this scoundrel. Jeez, scoundrel, that's cold. Especially to a stranger. You two don't need to get so heated about something like this. It's an important matter between 2 strongly opinionated people. So we agree on that matter. Maybe I should cut in. What's going on here? The 3 turn around, surprised, presumably from not being able to see me at the unlit foot of the stage. Need you ask such a foolish question? We're discussing the dire and apparently questionable existence of this. The white-haired student crouched down to reveal a painting that was turned away from the audience. It was a framed picture of what looked like inkblot art. Oh. Oh, I see. You're trying to figure out what the painting is. It's... yes, one of those kind of tests. Yes, and what do you see? I stared at it for a moment, but I looked up at the 2 patiently in all seriousness, waiting for my answer. I'll have to think about it. No immediate answer. I felt his judging eyes pierce my soul. It's a dog. Not everything has to be a dog. It's clearly an elephant. So, just a different four-legged animal. The conversation seemed pretty heated. I might have better luck if I talk to them individually. I visited the white-haired student on the stage. So, about the painting, I do think I see the elephant. No need to feign understanding. I'm quite self-assured that the painter's intention was to illustrate an elephant as abstract as it appears. Uh-huh. I mean, I can kind of see that. That was like, I don't know though. It looks more like it's trying to see just what I can make out. Yeah, I see something with like a long trunk and big ears. But also right below it, I can see what could presumably be a dog. The more I looked at it, the more I willed it into being what he claimed was the true subject. Despite being told what the subject was, I couldn't make out anything within the shapes. So you have an eye for this kind of thing? An eye for abstract art? Ahime, my friend, I am not an ultimate artist. I am the ultimate opera singer. Whoa, oh, God. He rambled on about something a bit further before stopping himself. Yeah, it just scrolled through that all on its own. Right. Ah, but where are my manners? I'm forte solo. Charmed, I'm sure. He gave a deep bow as he introduced himself, slowly rose and went to look at the painting some more, indicating an end to the conversation. He sure has some interestingly placed dramatic moments. Okay, what about the other one? I approached the student wearing the fur-lined jacket. So about the painting, I do think I see the dog. You don't have to lie. I don't care what it is. In fact, I don't even know what the painting is either, so I made something up. A dog is an easy thing to imagine. It's just a practice of pareidolia. Pareidolia? The act of perceiving a subject or significance where there is no meaningful interpretation. For example, seeing objects in cloud formations, or hearing indistinct voices and random noise. Yeah, I remember 999 having that thing with one of those ink blot paintings too. And in this case, seeing a dog in abstract painting, dogs are common enough animals, yeah? Who doesn't like to think about dogs? I stared at the painting a little bit longer. The more I looked at it, the more I willed it into being what he said it was, even if he did make it up. Despite being told what the subject was, I couldn't make out anything within the shapes. Isn't it a little cruel to make something up when he's so intense about it? I just wanted him to explain why he saw what he did, but he truly wouldn't. So much for friendly discussion. To each their own, I suppose. Well, anyway, I'm just going around meeting everyone. I'd tell you my talent if I had one. You don't have an ultimate title? Or you can't remember? He seemed to be muttering under his breath about my last statement, but I paid him no mind and waited for his response. I'm Lyle Termina, the ultimate puzzle master. A connoisseur of word puzzles, block puzzles, escape room puzzles, the like. Now, if you don't mind... Lyle turned back to the painting, ending our conversation abruptly. Puzzles, huh? Maybe he was trying to unscramble the shapes in that painting. Okay, now how about her? The girl who was caught in the middle of the quarrel stepped down from the stage and let the other two glare at each other in silence. Pandora Espere, nice to meet you. Likewise, I'm Echo Pine. Echo Pine, I hope we get along. So, I was informed this little group of students is composed of students that have ultimate talents. Did you happen to have a title of some sort? Oh, yes. I'm known as the Ultimate Baker. And yourself? About that, I don't seem to know. I don't think I have one, if I'm being honest. That's no matter. It doesn't make you any more or less a person. So what do you think the painting is? I'm not really sure myself. But for something as ambiguous as that, it can be whatever the viewer wants it to be. N'est-ce pas? I suppose so. Perhaps it isn't the subject of this place that is most important, but rather it's the emotions it conveys to the individual. Black and white are quite striking colors to work with, are they not? There's a lot of symbolism behind those two simple colors. But I can only wonder if the artist behind the piece enjoyed creating it. The art wouldn't have come to life otherwise, so I don't see why not. I agree. Pandora, she's such a warm presence. Ashley and I left Forte and Lyle to have their spat in peace. Pandora stayed behind, trying still to settle the two down. Whew. Forte and Lyle were kind of intense, huh? I'll say. I never really had a sharp eye for art, so what they were talking about is beyond me. And Pandora is brave for trying to calm them down. It takes a certain kind of person to want to intervene when things get heated, huh? Let's go to the study next. The study was cramped. Encyclopedias that filled to the ceiling covered an abundance of subjects, ranging anywhere from medical to athletic. There was a small office corner provided for studying the tomes in relative ease. Another digital kiosk stood off to the side, showing a searchable list of books in the study. Ashley observed the kiosks closely, as I gawked at the variety of reading materials stuffed in the shelves. Oh wow! This equestrian encyclopedia was published only 2 years ago. I have an old version, so this could really be interesting. You would be excited about that. What, now that you know I'm the ultimate jockey, it all makes sense? No, you're the same old horse girl I know, but with a fancy title. There were 2 other students taking residence in the library, one meekly hiding in the corner, and the other calmly leafing through their book of choice. Oh, that... Okay, the guy on the right looks a lot like Rantaro. The green-haired student noticed me approaching him and deftly flipped his book shut with one hand, giving me his full attention. Good morning. I immediately felt that attention to be near palpable from his focused gaze alone. Are you finding everything all right? The study has quite a pleasant atmosphere, wouldn't you agree? Yes, it's all very accommodated. The study, as well as the rest of the facility, are all nicely prepared. Indeed. You could spend days in this well-kept study enriching your mind in regards to whatever subject your heart desires. Does that sound like an inviting prospect? I don't see why not. A location for ultimate students should be in peak condition, right? This preservation project situation seems to be equipped for comfort. Ah, so you've been made aware of the preservation project. He hesitated, as if chewing meticulously on his next statement. Do you have an ultimate talent? If I'm being honest, I'm not sure I even know what my talent is, considering the situation seems to revolve around it. Everyone I've met so far has some kind of title. I admire your candor. Who knows, you might have some innate skills that you personally think are average. You think so? I feel pretty ordinary, and I've never really been the center of mass attention for anything in particular. The skill might just require a specific habitat, so to speak. Luckily, this appears to be the ideal place and social environment for expanding upon such hidden abilities. However, I wouldn't worry much about it. Whatever underlying passion or talent you have is for you and you alone to enjoy. That's reassuring. I feel like I've stumbled into something out of my league with so many skilled students. If you don't mind my asking, what's your ultimate talent? It's hard to describe. I'm called the Ultimate Charisma. Cirrus Zurich, by the way. Oh, I see what you... Wait. Yeah, his last name is his first name spelled backwards. And what was... Yeah, what would an Ultimate Charisma entail? Nice to meet you. Back at you. A pleasure. I didn't really understand the implication of his title, but I could feel a sort of alluring presence to him. I suppose that's what charisma is. I approached the meek student standing in one of the darker corners of the study. Hey there. Sorry to spook you. I was just going around meeting everyone. I'm Echo Pine. I was dragged out of my room by that guy over there. He's evil. Oh. I peered over at the aforementioned person, who looked to be calmly inspecting the rows of books. Fine. He didn't drag me out. I ran into him when I was wandering around. I just wanted to be alone in the study. She shot me a troubled glance after admitting her lie. Can you tell me about yourself? Me? I'm Sei Kono. I'm a watchmaker. Would you by chance be called the Ultimate Watchmaker? I guess you could say that. I just tinker with watches and stuff. They go for really high prices apparently, but I don't particularly care for the money. Someone offered me 3 luxury cars for a single watch. Whoa. You must have some very well-admired craftsmanship. I guess so, but I can't even drive. What was I gonna do with 3 cars? Sell them for some serious bling? She clammed up and awkwardly turned back to face the bookshelf corner. I didn't want to pry, so I just left her alone. After meeting with the 2 others in the study, Ashley and I chatted about the other students. So we met Sei and Cyrus, a watchmaker and charismatic person, respectively. I suppose one could become talented in improving their characteristics if they wanted to. Could be similar to managing a brand, perhaps. Maybe. Regardless, they seem nice enough. Yeah, Sei seems sweet, if not a little shy. After wandering around the first floor, Ashley and I paused in the living quarters hallway to gather our thoughts. So these are all the available locations on this floor. I guess the rooms are interesting enough, but more importantly, I wonder how many other students there are. That other student from earlier, Cannon, just counted the doors, right? Why don't we go check it out? But who knows if there are more students on other floors. There were stairs going up in the foyer, so we could check that area too. Speaking of Cannon, I wonder what her talent is. Wait, that aside, how did I never know you had a super talent in horse racing? Huh? Well, it just never came up. I knew a lot of people before you who didn't particularly care for how much time I spent at the stables and the racetrack, so I just stopped bringing it up. Besides, it's just easier to tell people that I tend to horses. So what does being an ultimate jockey imply? Does that mean you win a lot? Come on, Echo, I don't want to bore you with superficial numbers. I'll just say my win percentage is 44%, and top 3 percentage is 84%. Okay, top 3 percentages sounds good, but that sounds odd if your win percentage is only 44%. I don't know what those numbers are supposed to mean. Anyway, I'm not just a horse girl. I have other pets, too. Yeah, you had a cat, at least. Yeah, like your cat, Applejack? Of course you'd remember Applejack. How could I not? She clawed up all my school vests. Deep ringing of a school bell rang across the walls, echoing through the building. Then an announcement came over what seemed to be hidden overhead speakers on the ceiling. It is now 9 a.m. The second floor amenities are now open and will stay open until 7 p.m. Second floor. After the announcement, we saw Pandora filter out of one of the first floor rooms and into the halls. Oh, Ashley and Echo, would you like to visit the second floor with me? Sure, we were just wondering about that as well. By the way, did you get anything to eat from the dining hall? Huh? Oh no, I was a little distracted by the whole ultimate students thing. You're in luck. I made some croissants earlier. Here, help yourself. She produced 2 items folded in her cloth from her apron pocket. I accepted the small cloth, covered delight, and unwrapped it carefully, revealing a small bite-sized croissant. A heavenly warm aroma filled the halls. From the fragrance alone, I was enveloped in the comfort of feeling the sun rays on my skin. Ashley and I took one each and bit into the flaky, buttery dough. A piece of chocolate inside melted as soon as it hit my tongue. It was smooth and rich, contrasting the light and sweet crumb of the dough housing it. That's the ultimate baker for you. C'est de le. Merci, but it's nothing at all. I just really enjoy baking. The look on people's faces when they smell delectably fresh bread coming out of the oven, the warm fuzzy feeling you get when you eat your favorite food. Such a feeling is priceless. Pandora was right. After enjoying the croissant, I felt an intense nostalgia for my younger days, when I would spend summers running around outside, basking in the fresh afternoon sun. That was the power of an ultimate baker's delicacies, to invoke a warmth and sense of familiarity. What a wonderful thing. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I noticed you two are quite close. Have you met before? Echo's my best friend. We've known each other for 4 years now. Ah. C'est très mimi. A long friendship is something to cherish. Definitely. Echo's always been there for me, even if they are a little worrisome. Hey, how can you say that? I'm just looking out for you. I kid, of course. I really appreciate your concern, but you should think about yourself sometimes, too. Pandora smiled sweetly as we had our little back and forth. Sorry, why don't we get going? No worries. Shall we? Alright, then. The three of us walked back down the hallway toward the foyer, where the stairs to the second floor were. Hey Pandora, did you meet anyone else this morning? Anyone else? I can't say that I have. So far, I've only been acquainted with you two. With you two, Forte and Lyle. Oh, sorry, I thought you might have run into a few others like we have. This morning, I went to the dining hall, then the theater. Unfortunately, Forte and Lyle kept me from going anywhere else with their argument. If we didn't see you, then you must have woke up much earlier than us, huh? That's correct. I suppose you could say my internal clock has been tuned to my habits given my day-to-day life. I wake very early to make sure my dough from the night before is properly risen, repair any glazes I might need, prep my workstation. Oh, but it must be boring you with my daily routine. No, not at all. It's fascinating, honestly. You're sweet, Echo. Perhaps I'll invite you to help me tomorrow morning. Hope you're awake at 4:30 a.m. Oh, jeez. I don't know about that. Sure, I can't promise I'll be fully awake, though. Pandora laughed lightly in jest, as she went on her merry way up the stairs. Ashley and I followed suit, and we were met with another digital kiosk at the top of the staircase. The screen displayed another map, this time of the second floor locations, the atrium, the spa lounge, the climbing center, and the jazz club. What kind of mansion has a climbing center in it? Maybe the owner's an eccentric rock climber. I think the assortment of activities is presented to cater to the unique talents of various students. In fact, the kitchen pantry has a wealth of resources. I was quite surprised to find such fresh and rare ingredients. I'd imagine other ultimate chefs would be pleased with the selection as well. That's a good point. There was a theater on the first floor. After all, Forte and other ultimate performers probably utilized the room as a place to further hone their skills. The Preservation Project seemed like this group wanted to accommodate a myriad of intense and unique students. I wondered what kind of group had the ability to provide such a vast selection of activities and resources. Where to first? I'm curious about the climbing center. This mansion must be huge if it can house something exciting like that here. I'd like to see the spa lounge. It must be a lovely, relaxing place. Echo, why don't you decide? Okay. I guess we can start with the climbing center. Let's explore the climbing center. We inspected the map for a route to the center and made our way there in no time at all. Oh, wow. Yeah, it would have to be pretty big. The climbing center was a vibrant, spacious place. The artificial rock and arch formations that carved the walls reached upwards of what looked to be 3 stories high toward a bright, naturally lit ceiling. Off to the side was a preparation locker room full of ropes and harnesses, as well as a small vending machine full of energy drinks and water bottles. Whoa, this place is huge! Can't imagine how anyone gets up there! I craned my neck up, inspecting the array of colorful grips that dotted the sprawling ascending surface. The hanging ropes disappeared into the distance of the light. The world is certainly full of interesting people and talents. Where there's a will, there's a way. Pandora poked out from under one of the arch formations, just as taken with the incredible height as I was. That's for sure. I'm an athlete, but I can't say I excel here. I don't really have a good tolerance for heights. If you don't mind my asking, how did you two discover your talents anyway? Ashley pondered the question for a second. I was raised in the countryside in a farm, so it probably came to me like second nature. As a child, going to the racetrack with my father was honestly just another errand. That is, until he let me ride the horses myself. I felt a love for the exhilarating competition at that point. I was homeschooled by my mothers, one a teacher and one a prolific baker. They taught me everything I know about baking. I also cherished the enjoyment people felt when tasting my baked goods. Eventually, I too felt a love for the task at hand. Wow, you two are truly incredible. Echo, you're an incredible person too. Don't let labels deter you from speaking to us as anything but your peers. I don't know about all that. Yeah, Echo, don't think too much about the title stuff. We're still people, you know. Don't think too much about the title stuff. Such a remarkable feat would be difficult to put aside. They were so humble when talking about their ultimate talents. I wondered if I could ever measure up. After wandering around in the climbing center, we set off to visit the spa lounge. Oh, so there wasn't actually anybody in here. The spa lounge was serene and welcoming. A shallow pool was laid into the marble floor. A mesmerizing, opalescent ceiling mirrored the pool above it. Several simple relaxation loungers lined the walls for general leisure. Off to the side was a storeroom stocked with a perfuming inventory of scented oils, bath soaks, and skincare products. Just by the storeroom doorway sat a familiar kiosk. I'd love to spend some time here. Pandora sat in one of the lounge chairs, stretching her arms above her head before relaxing her hands on her lap. But now that I think about it, aren't facilities like this meant to be self-run by the residing students? Pandora brought up an interesting observation. The kitchen offered fully automated meals, but they still provided the option of having the student utilize the kitchen and tools. Peeking into the storeroom, I saw a separate hallway of individual private rooms labeled for certain services: facial, massage, aromatherapy. Hey, you might be right. Are all these little specialized rooms with all sorts of specific equipment? If you consider my talent in arts, there might be a racetrack or golf course outside, along with other outdoor recreation talents like angling or skiing. Perhaps that would be a very exciting prospect. That could mean all the other facilities and activities have features that are tuned accordingly to certain talents. Yeah, just from a glance, I figured the study was just a library, but I suppose there are resources from there as well that are fitted for talents that require research or writing. To think such an extraordinary place existed to benefit the many pursuits of equally extraordinary people. So, do either of you do anything special to train for being an ultimate student? Je n'ai pas... I don't know if I butchered that pronunciation. Although some could say I bake too much, I simply suspect my pastries have ended up in the right hands for me to be considered. I didn't really do anything special either. I also race quite a bit, but most of my time is spent mostly practicing. Like Pandora, there may have been a scout in the audience. I honestly couldn't say. I see, just putting in the hours, so to speak, huh? Perhaps we were just lucky enough to have been selected for this opportunity to meet others cut of the same cloth, right? I couldn't agree more. I am very charmed to be in such delightful company. Neither of them seemed to do anything particularly intensive during their title. I wondered about the others, whether or not they were trained or if they too were just lucky enough to be selected. Alright, wandering about to our next destination, we we finally came across the jazz club. It was a welcoming venue. Warm furniture and lighting gave the room an air of casual elegance. Table settings for the audience occupied the majority of the space, with a small stage in the center for the performers. The close proximity between the two made the scene that much more intimate. A small green room was behind the stage curtains, and connected to it was equipment and instrument storage. The bar opposite of the stage had shelves upon shelves of beverages locked behind a sturdy glass case. A pretty classy atmosphere, huh? I wonder how many ultimate talents have toured this room for performances. Many, I'm sure. It's well kept among the rest of the rooms, so it's no surprise one would feel comfortable here. Then a thought crossed my mind. Do you think I could be some kind of ultimate jazz performer or ultimate bartender? Have you ever handled an instrument before, or mixed beverages? No, but who knows, maybe if I pick something up, I'll suddenly be stricken with an ultimate talent revelation and play like a pro. Cyrus said it's maybe an innate trait waiting to be discovered. Just occurred to me that perhaps these rooms aren't just for students with existing skills, they could also be a sandbox for budding students. I suppose there's no harm in trying. Why not? I'd like to see the moment a talent has been realized. Relieved that they supported my odd idea, I felt a strange confidence rising. Cheerfully, I went behind the stage and picked an instrument I thought would suit me. Ashley and Pandora both took a seat in the front row and watched in anticipation. I felt like a kid going through a toy box with how many options there were. How about this cello? Go for it. Okay. Pandora gleefully cheered me as I gripped the bow and placed my fingers on the strings across the neck. I laid the bow across the strings. I was nervous, but if what Cyrus said was true, then my talent was waiting to be discovered. I couldn't wait to realize it. I took a deep breath and drew the bow. And then... the sound I created tore through the air like a giant rubber duck was being unceremoniously stepped on. It was awful. I saw Ashley and Pandora flinch from the sound, but they still put on a brave face for my sake. I chuckled nervously and gently placed the instrument back where it originally was. I guess that's not it, huh? I wobbled off the stage and plopped down wearily at the table with Ashley and Pandora. I was beyond embarrassed. Don't despair. You just haven't found it yet. Yeah, Echo. Not anyone can handle an instrument. I mean, I thought that thing was supposed to be played like a giant guitar. I'm surprised you even knew how to approach holding it. I've seen performers before, so I just imitated what I saw. Oh, that makes sense. Pandora held my hand in a firm grasp. Listen, we're going to find out what your talent is. If we have to play 100 instruments poorly, at least we'll know we're one step closer to reaching our goal. Pandora reassured me, and Ashley gave me a warm smile. Thanks, you two. Come, let's keep exploring. We left the jazz club. Outside the room, we ran to an unperturbed Cyrus and Lyle in the hallway at the foot of the entryway. Hello there. Having a fulfilling time exploring? Yeah, totally. I still felt a little exasperated from the cello mishap, but tried to play it off as best I could. What's up with you? Don't tell me you're already tired. There's still a lot to explore. Lyle, please. It isn't a race to make ourselves familiar with all the different rooms. No, we were actually just about done over here anyway. It was just my luck that the room appeared to be soundproof. Based on their lack of adverse reaction, it seemed neither Cyrus nor Lyle heard the disastrous sounds of a cello being poorly utilized. Then the sound of ringing and a voice rang through the speakers. Your attention, please. All students assemble in the second-floor atrium for a special welcome ceremony. Uh-oh, here we go. Here it comes. The five of us collectively made our way to the requested location, chatting about our discoveries along the way. The end of the second-floor hall fed directly into a spacious, airy locale. Natural light poured in from the high glass ceiling. The lush trees that framed the circular lobby reached toward the sky, well past the ring of decorative plants that occupied the second floor. Small shrubbery lined the base of the trees in a circular fashion, following and framing the eclipse shape of the room. A well-maintained living wall lined the first floor's foundation. A bronze globe at the very center of the atrium drew the room together. Light and warmth flooded my body, filling me with serenity. I have a feeling that's going to change very soon. Whoa! A familiar, excitable voice cut through the air, disturbing that serenity. Check this place out! Dang, wouldn't it be awesome if they had a mini-golf set up in here? How cute would that be? Plenty cute. Yeah, sure, whatever. Art and Missy entered the atrium from the foyer's stairway entrance. I was surprised to see Missy still hanging with Art, along with a timid Say trailing behind them no less. Slowly our populace gathered in the center of the atrium hall. Cannon and Forte leisurely made their way in, much later than the rest of us, but arrived regardless. I saw all the students I had previously met, but afterwards no one else came. Kind of a tiny class, huh? Yeah, it does feel... There were 10 of us, including myself. Yeah, that is smaller than other classes we've seen so far. Art whispered the same observation I made. It was true that our class was rather small, but were we really going to be doing any learning here? And again, I remember there were 16 chairs around the table in the dining hall. I conceded calling a group of students a class was only appropriate. A hologram visual was presented from the centerpiece globe. A familiar voice came in from the overhead speakers. It was the same announcer from earlier in the dining hall. Our host is here. This is a special announcement indicating the welcome of all present students. The Preservation Project Group would like to humbly welcome you all to your provided safe house. As you are well aware, the safe house has been sequestered off from growing concerns of disaster. You needn't worry any longer of those concerns here. Disaster? I peered across the room to see expressions of affirmation. Everyone seemed to have relating concerns. I knit my brow. Yeah, again, a similar catastrophe like in V3. Or really the first game as well. As ultimate students, we provided you with the best amenities and environments to most efficiently cultivate your skills and talents in utter safety. You may utilize the facilities to the fullest extent during the requisite hours. However, do not think of this simply as a safe house. This location is more than equipped for you to thoroughly indulge yourselves with exquisite experiences. You are invited to enjoy yourselves freely. Welcome all to the Apothegm. Awesome! Art audibly pumped his fist in the air. Although no one else displayed such a loud presentation of excitement, the other students were vividly talking amongst themselves of the prospect of such a blessing regardless. The projection cut out as the announcement concluded. The students began to wander again, likely to try out what the climbing center and spa lounge had to offer. Everyone seemed to be breaking into their own groups while I stood still. I was excited, but a feeling of uncertainty stirred in the depths of my mind, suffocating my enthusiasm. Did I really belong here? As far as I knew, I wasn't an ultimate student. No intense talents, no masterful skills, not even interesting experiences. I started to feel sick with anxiety. Hey, Echo, I'm going to the spa with Pandora. Would you like to join us? Ashley's voice brought me out of my thoughts. No thanks, you go on ahead. I'm actually feeling a little tired from all the running around. I think I'll just take a nap. Ashley looked at me with silent, understanding eyes. Alright then, if you change your mind, you know where to find us. She gave me another quick hug before pairing off with Pandora. Ash, why didn't you tell me about your talent? I muttered under my breath before sulking off. Still concerned about that, huh? I trudged down the stairs back to the first floor foyer. There I saw Cannon in almost the same position as from before. She didn't tell me if she had an ultimate title when we introduced ourselves. Perhaps she didn't have one either. But she's not really the talkative type either. I thought about approaching her to ask, but my throat felt dry. I didn't feel like being disappointed in case she did have an ultimate talent. I quickly turned the corner before Cannon could notice me when... Click. I heard the sound of a shutter clicking. Turning at the sound, I saw Cannon developing a picture from an instant camera. Oh. Huh? How do you have a camera? What do you mean, how? I thought we were disallowed our personal possessions. I didn't have anything in my room when I asked Ash. She said she didn't have anything in her room either. I'm a photographer. I need my tools, don't I? Okay, so that's yours. So are you the ultimate photographer? Cannon didn't reply. She just bowed her head once in a slight nod. Then that picture you just took. She reluctantly handed me the developed photo. Her photo captured the moment I began to turn down the hall to avoid speaking to her. I thought she hadn't noticed me. This is... I know what you're thinking. It's a horrible picture of you. I know it is, because it's not a picture of you per se. Confused, I stared at the photo longer. I'm not a portrait photographer. I specialize in composition form, called Rückenfigur, which translates literally to back figure in German. I don't expect you to understand. I listlessly handed the photo back to her. That's interesting. Cannon silently took the photo and stuck it in her pocket before occupying herself with her camera once more. But I admit I didn't make an attempt to sound enthused. In truth, I wasn't. Cannon did have an ultimate talent after all. If that was the case, what was I doing here? My heart and mind were racing. Am I just an anomaly? Was this all a mistake? Did I accidentally take the spot an actual ultimate student was meant to take? No way. My voice croaked in desperation. This lavish mansion was meant to protect ultimate students. Those students and their wide-reaching, influential skills. Those students who were dexterous masters of their craft. Those students whose charismatic aura reassured my averageness. Those students who created nostalgia-inducing delights. Those students who won races upon races with pure skill. A repulsion rose in my stomach. I felt my breath shorten, my chest tighten. Suddenly I felt weak. I... What's wrong with you? You're shaking. I barely heard Cannon. I leapt for the front door. I needed to evacuate myself from the overbearing presence of the people who accomplished near impossible feats at such a young age. I was just an insignificant bug who wandered into a lion's den. I can't compete. I don't belong here. I grasped the door handle so tightly I saw my knuckles turn white. But soon... Oh, I only saw black. Yeah, I don't think you're getting out of here that easy. I wearily opened my eyes. I was in bed, back in my personal room. Or so I thought. Forte was reclining on a love seat in the corner of his room, combing over what looked like sheets of music. I was in Forte's room. You're awake. He set the leaflet down before approaching me with an offering of water. I graciously accepted the cup and gathered my thoughts. My right hand was tingling. After gaining my composure, I managed to croak out a question. Forte, what happened to me? Curious. That's what I'd like to know. What do you mean? Well, after the welcome announcement, I inspected the jazz club, but was quickly uninterested in the venue. I went downstairs to retreat to my personal quarters for the afternoon, but was promptly stopped at the foot of the stairs by Cannon. She said you collapsed at the foot of the foyer's front doors. Cannon told me to keep an eye on you and quickly left. I scoffed. How considerate of her to have someone else take care of me. But why you collapsed, she didn't say. It came back to me. I wasn't behaving clearly. Yeah, I remember now. I was talking to Cannon in the foyer, but I felt a need to escape and was electrocuted when I grabbed the foyer door handle. Electrocuted? Forte was appalled. I, on the other hand, felt nothing. I took another sip of water and closed my eyes. I felt wildly fatigued. Forte looked at me with a concerned silence for a minute. Echo, it might not be my place to say, but you shouldn't feel a need to escape. We're all being generously treated with a safe location to relax in, away from danger. No, you don't understand. I don't have an ultimate talent like the rest of you. My head drooped in shame, regret, humiliation. I don't have any skills or talents to offer the world. He fell silent again. Be that as it may, you're still a peer who shouldn't feel outcast from the rest of the group. You must be with us for a reason. I gazed into the water cup blankly. Come, the rest of the group is in the dining hall. I believe they're just starting dinner. Forte placed a firm hand on my shoulder before offering his hand to help me out of bed. Yeah, I mean, nobody's been judgmental toward Echo for not having a talent so far. The dining hall was fully occupied by our small class. Hey, there you are! Art waved at me from the end of the table as I entered the dining hall, causing everyone's heads to turn. Ashley and Pandora quickly ran to my side. What happened to you? Are you okay? Folks, please, allow Echo to have his seat before bombarding any questions. The rest of the class paused their dinners as Forte helped me to an open seat by Ashley. Cannon wasn't at the table. Rather, she was standing next to the entryway. She must have noticed me looking at her and turned away once more. Before I could confront her about what happened in the foyer, Missy placed a pork cutlet meal before me. Ashley wouldn't stop fretting in concerns to your well-being, so I took the liberty of getting a meal ready for you, whenever you decided to come down. This is just what I needed. How did you know? I didn't. Perhaps I was just lucky. Missy shrugged indifferently, but I saw her mouth turn a small grin. She seemed satisfied with having pleased me. I gave her a small smile back and helped myself to a small portion to regain my energy. Our little community had dinner together. Conversation lightly touched on everyone's mutual awareness of the preservation project. It was a project in which ultimate students who signed up would be placed under protective custody to preserve their skills to benefit the future. Similar stories of talent discovery arose. Certain students grew up in an environment where all they knew was that particular skill, yet they still rose to super excel beyond wildest expectations. I, of course, had no place in the dialogue. I paid no specific attention to the chatter, my mind going blank with white noise whenever the topic of ultimate talents came up. As we all finished our meals, Missy and Cyrus offered to pick up the dishes, as everyone else restlessly waited to hear what had happened to me. Echo, you have no idea how worried I was. Ashley was holding my hand tightly. Ash, if you're feeling up to it, would you mind talking about what happened? I glanced over at Cannon next to the doorway. Her face was an iron mask. Well, I was feeling tired from running around the mansion, exploring, so after the welcome announcement in the second floor atrium, I decided to go back to my personal room for a nap. Going down to the foyer, I was curious about the front door. I wanted to go outside, so naturally I grabbed the door handle, but was electrocuted by it. Forte found me collapsed and carried me back to his room to rest. You were electrocuted by the door handle? Perhaps we should investigate. What, and get electrocuted ourselves? Of course not. I simply want to inspect the door handle for any suspicious mechanisms. We should also check the floor maps again to see if there are any other similarly rigged exits. And what would this accomplish? It would ensure our safety so that nothing like this happens again. But our safety as ultimate students in the Preservation Project safe house has already been compromised by the existence of such a trap. The group fell silent. Cyrus was right. It seemed as if we had already fallen into some kind of trap the moment we woke. So we're just going to do nothing? Cannon's indifferent voice broke the silence. Cannon's right. We shouldn't sit idly by after our friend Echo was put in danger. We ought to investigate, if not as an insurance measure, but to get to the bottom of the trap that caused such harm. The group agreed and went their separate ways to search for clues. But before anyone could get very far, an announcement rang in. It is now 9 a.m. Nighttime will begin at 10 p.m. Facilities will be closed until 7 a.m. the next morning. Even in the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. It seems like we'll just have to suspend the investigation until tomorrow. There's no use in wandering about aimlessly in the dark. I suggest you all rest up. I realize the situation is dire, but please do your best to save your energy for tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. We shall meet here tomorrow morning for breakfast and discussion. Yeesh, some first day, huh? One by one, everyone filtered out of the dining hall, low, concerned murmurs filling the corridors. Ashley stopped me back in the dining hall as the last few left. Look, Echo, I'm sorry if you felt hurt that I didn't tell you about my talent. Huh? How did you know? I'm your best friend, aren't I? I can tell when you're distraught. It was after that special welcome announcement I noticed you were off. It must have been difficult, feeling like you don't belong. I'll admit it's all been awfully overwhelming. I never meant to keep it from you, it's just, I feel like being involved with me could only ever cause trouble. Not the horse racing aspect, but the ultimate student status aspect. To get tied up with such intense people could only amount to ultimate levels of trouble. Ash, you'll know I'm your friend through and through. I don't think being friends with Ashley Westbridge, horse girl, is any trouble at all. Ashley giggled. I love you, Echo. You really are a good friend. Of course, I love you too. Again, one of them is getting offed. I'd bet on it. We made our way back to the living quarters hall and said our goodnights. Before entering my room, I saw Art and Lyle lingering in the halls. Hey, you two, something wrong? No, in fact, we're having a strategy meeting. A strategy meeting? Art asked me if perhaps our being locked in a mansion situation is a big puzzle. Think about it. Escape rooms exist, so maybe this mansion is one giant escape room. I admit it's not impossible, and it does sound interesting. Right? So what do you think? I'm not sure yet. I have a feeling it's some convoluted ARG scheme. Huh? ARG? Alternate reality game. It's a type of game that's interacted with through different media experiences, whether it be online or in real life. The old... Again, like in the second game where it was all a simulation. Tasks range from decrypting audio logs on a website to doing something odd like cleaning up local cemeteries. I see. Given those examples, it's plausible that defuse an electrocuting door could be added to that list of tasks, right? Well, they're typically employed to the public to boost attention for a product. The product is, in our scenario, I'm not certain. And if this is an ARG, it must be a puppet master that's setting these things up, much like an escape room's game master. An escape room and ARG sound pretty similar in terms of involvement and puzzle solving. I suppose they're not entirely different entities. Wow, you got all figured out already! Puzzles are my strong suit. I said goodnight and left Art and Lyle to conclude their strategy meeting, as I returned to my personal room. I felt the mental and physical exhaustion hit me all at once as I let myself collapse onto the bed. I'd think I'd be stuck in a luxury mansion with super talented students. My life before this moment had hardly been as eventful as this single day. I lived a rather average life, with as little trouble one could hope for. It was almost utopian in a sense. Never thought it boring or repetitive. It was like my mundane life caused me to be a little more worrisome than any other person, likely as a will to keep everything the same going forward. However, the strange situation threw me into a state of disarray. I was wholly out of my element. Above all, I couldn't help but feel guilty for making Ashley worry. Whatever it is I found myself in, I clearly didn't have a place. I sighed heavily. I should get some proper rest. The room was mysteriously fixed with a few sets of my clothing in the closet of the personal bathroom. I let my body relax under the repetitious rhythm of a warm shower. Crawling under the weighty covers, I turned down the lights and let my eyes slowly drift closed. Tomorrow, what were we going to discover? So wait, this is now we're in the prologue? So like, we just had the pre-prologue and now we have the actual prologue. Okay, that's weird. That's throwing me a little for a loop this time. I opened my eyes at the sound of the alarm. In my personal room, I sat up from bed and took in the surroundings. So, the events of yesterday weren't some kind of strange dream. My personal room that I initially thought was luxurious and comfortable now felt oppressive. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be, since this mansion we found ourselves in was for ultimate students. I was reminded of my mediocrity and let my head fall back on the pillow. I don't want to see everyone. I grumbled and threw the covers over my head, uselessly trying to will away the shame of yesterday. Oh. I heard Ashley's muffled voice through the door. Good morning, Echo. Just coming to check on you. Oh, just give me a minute. I'll be right out. Alright, give me 1 second, though, and let me, we haven't saved in a bit, either. Alright, give me a minute, and I'll be right back. Alright, continuing on with Danganronpa Lapse. We played the, what I thought was the prologue. I guess it's the pre-prologue, so I guess we're starting the second day here then. After getting properly dressed, I met Ashley outside my door in the living quarters hallway. Good morning, Ash. Good morning, Ash. We walked casually down the hall to the foyer. You sleep well last night? Yeah, I slept alright, considering. I hope you're not feeling too down about this whole situation. Still coming to terms with it, but I'm feeling a little better after getting some rest. Besides, everyone has been really nice. That's good to hear. You've always been good at bouncing back. Alright. In the foyer, we were met with two other students loitering outside the dining hall. Sorry, I'm not a morning person. Neither am I, but I'm really curious about that door. The door seems scary. Good morning, Say, Lyle. Good morning. Let's investigate to our best ability, yeah? You seem better, Echo. Nothing a good night's rest couldn't take care of. True that. Yeah, morning. It's weird. I'd be having dinner right about now, but I'm waking up instead. Ah, you're a night person, huh? Huh? What do you mean? One of my watches is set to my hometown time, and it says it's 7:30 p.m., Sunday, December 6th. Huh. 7:30 p.m.? That's a 12-hour difference from now. What could that mean? And I guess she was allowed to keep her watch, huh? So we're in a completely different time zone. Oh, the date checks out. I was just thinking the winter solstice will be coming up in about 2 weeks or so. Assuming we're somewhere westward from Say's date, today would be Saturday. I guess since we're all from different places, the time for certain people would be a little different. Ah, yes, yeah, that makes sense. Even so, all our alarms were set to the same current time, so we'd eventually end up on a uniform schedule, right? Yeah, like recovering from jet lag. A bit unfortunate for those with larger time differences, though. Winter is too cold, but the new year is fun. In the dining hall, the familiar warm aroma of fresh bread wafted through the room. My senses swathed in comfort. Well, Pandora did say she gets up really early to start on her baking. Yep. Pandora placed a basket filled to the brim with freshly baked delicacies at the center of the dining table. Good morning, you two. You've been working hard, huh? Of course. I had to get an early start if I wanted to indulge you all with some treats to begin the morning. I felt the sweet and savory fragrances seep into my body, the warmth of a sun-kissed, dewdrop-covered morning. The smell alone was sublime. Such a lovely setting. Yeah, it would be almost a shame to eat it. Almost. We wouldn't be doing Pandora justice if we didn't enjoy it. You're too kind. Help yourself. That's alright. We'll wait for the others. I sat at the dining table with Ashley and waited patiently for the rest of the class to arrive. The rest of the class filtered in, and we began to help ourselves to Pandora's treats, as well as beverages provided by the automated menu. After we all settled in, Missy stood at the head of the dining table to begin the discussion. Good morning, all. I trust you all had a good night's rest. Our topic this morning will consist primarily of the problematic nature of the foyer's front doors. We will also be investigating the rest of the mansion for any other exits that might have a similar mechanism keeping us from going outside. You may split into groups or investigate as individuals, but if you find anything at all, please utilize the digital kiosk found in the room you're in to relay a message. Oh, relay a message? The digital kiosks can do that? Yes, I discovered it with Cyrus before we retired to our rooms last night. It turns out the digital screens are not just for displaying maps or the specified function it provides in its resident home. It functions as a remote messaging system between all the digital kiosks in the mansion. For example, it can be used to communicate between the first floor to the second floor, and we can assume further floors as we gain access to them. It's a rather rudimentary feature, though. One would scan their bracelet on all screens across the mansion to unlock the feature and type using the on-screen keyboard. You cannot send to specific recipients, however. Once you complete and send the message, it'll show up on the screen for about 2 minutes before deleting itself. Why do I get the feeling this is going to be important? For the most part, the messaging system is used to translate the voice announcements to text for those who are hard of hearing. This mansion truly is all-encompassing in its endeavors to accommodate all. And that is precisely why we must investigate the reason the mansion itself would cause its residents harm. The group unanimously agreed. The meeting concluded as we finished breakfast. Everyone decided to split up and search one room themselves. While I was still deciding where to go, Lyle approached me. Hey Echo, would you mind coming with me to investigate the foyer doors for a moment? Huh? Why me? Because you were the one who experienced the shock firsthand. I was wondering if we could go back and retrace your steps to find clues along the way. Guess we could, but in all honesty, there's not a lot to retrace, I don't think. Nonsense. There's no harm in a second look with a fresh pair of eyes, yeah? You might see something different this time around. In the foyer, Missy was already doing her own investigating, intensely staring at the walls. So, what exactly were you doing yesterday? I thought carefully about what I was going to say. I didn't want to tell anyone that I'd been worried about not having a talent, which led to my reaching for the door handle in the first place. I thought I'd be outcast if others knew I wanted to run away. After the welcome announcement, I was feeling a little tired from running around earlier that day, so I went back downstairs to my personal room. And? Like I said at dinner last night, in passing, I was curious about the door and wanted to go outside. Is that so absurd a reason to want to reach for the door? Whoa, no need to get defensive. I was just wondering if you saw anything suspicious along the way. Suspicious? Cannon immediately came to mind. Forte said she just left me collapsed for him to take care of. Why did she flee after I collapsed? I can't really think of anything at the moment. We haven't really talked to her at all, have we? Does she know something we don't? I guess I'll have to dig a little deeper into the scene of the crime. Thanks, Echo. I'll investigate on my own from here. I don't know if I helped all that much, but you're welcome. Lyle went over to the door and inspected the surroundings, carefully tracing the paneling for any hidden mechanisms. In the meanwhile, I was curious. I wondered if Forte could help me figure out what went on with Cannon's disappearing act. Forte was unsurprisingly in the theater inspecting the backstage area. Hello, Echo. Doing well, I hope? A little worried about the electrocuting door, but fine otherwise. Excellent. I wish for you to keep your spirits high, despite the scare. Should you need any assistance, I'll offer my services. Yeah, about that. I want to ask you about yesterday. I thought you might want to know more. However, the truth is as so. What I told you yesterday is all the information I have. I see. I admit I didn't expect much more than what he told me. The story seems straightforward enough, especially considering the emergency. Maybe you could tell me if you noticed anything odd. I suppose there was the trifling fact that Cannon fled up to the second floor right away. The second floor? It's strange. Had I been so startled by such an event, I might have retreated back to my quarters on the first floor instead. Yeah. Upstairs, huh? Other than Cannon fleeing the scene, I can't particularly think of anything to note. Suppose the whole ordeal is quite frightening. Sorry, Echo, I know it's a dire situation, but honestly, I'm not particularly equipped for this sort of thing. The mental hoops and note-taking required of an investigation are much too overwhelming. That's okay, I appreciate the thought. Actually, that little tidbit helps. Does it now? Bravo for figuring something out. I'm glad this all seems to be progressing on its own rather than me having to aimlessly wander about. I made my way through the foyer, past an intensely focused Lyle and Missy, and up the stairs to the second floor. At the top of the stairs, I saw the digital kiosk light up, displaying a message on screen. Hi, smiley face, climbing center. Ah, okay. Well, it's certainly working. I paid no further attention to the message and continued on. Where could she be? I toured down the hall past the jazz club, climbing center, and spa. However, my search came up short. Upon entering the atrium, I saw her sitting by her lonesome in the corner. Cannon. But before I could confront her again, a ringing sound played and an announcement followed. It is now 9 a.m. of the second day. Please make your way to the second floor atrium for a special announcement. What now? The few students that were already on the second floor made their way over quickly. Ashley, Art, and Cyrus. Hey, did y'all see my message? I did, yeah. What was it about the climbing center? Yes, hello, right back at you. Cool, it works. Well, at least we discovered something from Art's lurking about. The rest of the students from downstairs arrived shortly after. Lyle, Missy, Forte, Say, and Pandora. Now, what could this be? Maybe some third floor opened up. Well, there is an elevator, so it seems likely there are more floors than these two. That might prove helpful. I haven't found much on my end. Whatever it is, can't they just use the message system instead of making us walk all the way up here? With all students gathered in the atrium once again, the bronze globe projected an emblem. But this emblem was different, and the voice that announced the following was different. I don't want to make any assumptions yet, and that emblem isn't what... Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you've been enjoying your special vacation away from it all. This voice was more high energy, like some sort of radio host or sports announcer. This is an extra special announcement for the students with us today. You've been cordially invited to play a heart-pounding, soul-searching, excitement-inducing game. A game? That's right, a game. And not just any game. This is the Beyond Universal, glamorously popular game that many students like yourselves get the privilege to play. Why, yes, it's the Mutual Killing Game. There it is. Mutual Killing Game? Ah, the Mutual Killing Game. A game of hope and despair. A game of allies and betrayal. A game of cause and consequence. It's all so thrilling. Yes, indeed. You're all gathered here today by your own volition to participate in the festivities. To sign up for the Preservation Project is assign yourselves to the exclusive game of life and death itself. Upon hearing that detail, I saw the other students' faces go pale with shock. We were all thought to be gathered in a place of safety. That idea was apparently a farce. What the hell is happening? My cry was futile. The announcement was completely automated and the horrible things it was saying didn't stop. This delightful game will take place over 7 days in the very halls you explored just a day ago. If you'd like to leave earlier, then follow this one very simple rule. Kill a fellow student without getting caught. Trying to leave by any other means will result in consequences, as some of you may have learned firsthand from a little jolt of discovery. Although I can't see why you'd want to leave anyway. Inside you have all sorts of lovely accommodating amenities. Live a luxurious life within these wonderful walls. That is, if you can survive. If you kill without getting caught, the ultimate prize, an amazing prize befitting an ultimate student, awaits the victor. I know, it's a lot of information to take in at once. We'll allow you to absorb this information for the remainder of the day, so relax in the spa lounge, go climbing. But tomorrow, the real fun will begin. The announcement ended on one final disgusting note before cutting out. The class was in absolute shock. No way! It can't be! Wait, what is this? A sick, twisted joke is what it is. Everyone was murmuring amongst themselves. There isn't anyone who would take that dreadful announcement seriously, is there? Pandora voiced the question at the back of everyone's mind. How could one? It's merely an awful jest. There's no way any one of us could commit such an act against friends. Who said we were friends? Uh-oh. There's planting the seed of doubt. Who knows? Maybe one of you's the puppet master running this shtick. This is turning out to be more interesting than that diffuse and electrocuting door puzzle. This ARG is fun. Lyle, what on earth are you talking about? You think this is a game? What else could I be talking about? I'm the ultimate puzzle master. Being a participant here is merely a test of my skill. I'll figure this puzzle out yet, don't worry. The rest of us were paralyzed in the atrium. The immense gravity of the situation was oppressive. No one said a word. Eyes were anxiously darting around the room to see who took the announcement seriously and who didn't. To think, just this morning we were having a communal breakfast. The atmosphere was unbearably heavy. I just stood there in a cold sweat. I was dumbfounded. A killing game, specifically targeting ultimate students? It was selfish to think of this during a moment when all of our lives were potentially in danger, but I really didn't belong here. was that? And now the proper intro begins. We haven't met that. Maybe. You may now visit the student roster from the main menu. Hey, Pyrojack. Hope you're having a good night. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so we got between their likes and dislikes. Also, I'm guessing their favorite flower as well. What is the... This is a list by them. Does it represent who they're closest with? I think so. Interesting. Undeterred by the horrifying announcement, Lyle left the atrium in an almost giddy manner, a smirk painted his face in stark contrast to our own astonished expressions. You're gonna be the Byakuya of this game, aren't you? I can already tell. Hell, even his profile picture had him seated in a similar way as Byakuya's. So, we're stuck in this weird luxury mansion for 7 days, huh? What's 7 days, anyway? It shouldn't be too hard not to kill anyone during that time, right? We made it this far. In theory, yes, but... Art chuckled nervously, but the fact that such an inexplicable requirement like that existed in the first place was difficult to come to terms with. I mean, there's also the tendency of them to provide us with motives. One very simple rule: kill a fellow student without getting caught. What kind of awful rule was that? Please, don't joke about the matter. Don't lose your head so hastily. I noticed the announcement rules didn't outright state that we necessarily needed to kill anyone to begin with. Perhaps Lyle is onto something regarding the ARG angle. Besides, the risk isn't necessarily pressing enough to encourage such drastic action. Despite the loophole Missy mentioned, pressure of a killing game being presented loomed over us, crushing whatever sense of comfort we initially had. There's no use for us to be glaring at each other in silence. We ought to continue the mansion investigation. Missy shook off the terrible feeling and went on her way to search once more. Investigate? How should he ask such a thing after something so scary just happened? Being able to stay composed at a time like this. Missy isn't easily shaken. Which is nothing to say about Lyle, who is excited. With nothing left to do, we departed from the atrium. But the voice continued to haunt me as I left the room behind. That awful cackle rang in my ears, filling me with dread. Upon leaving the atrium, the others dissolved into their own disoriented thoughts. With the foyer door barring any chance of exit, all we could do was wait. Wait. All we could do was wait for tomorrow, wherein tomorrow the real fun will begin. This so-called game with an odd emphasis on ultimate students. What horrible thing could possibly be in store for us? Felt like I was being suffocated by the decorated walls and furniture. The decorated students and their achievements. What had I got myself into? I followed close to Ashley as we drifted away from the atrium, dragging my feet through the hallways. Echo, are you okay? I don't know. Some announcement, huh? Yeah, I'm still reeling from being surrounded by students with super talents. Right. But honestly, I'm just really worried about you. Me? Yeah, that whole killing game seems to center around the ultimate title stuff, so I hope you're not dragged into it. Echo, you don't need to worry about me. I'm a lot tougher than you think. I've fallen off my horse more times than I can count, but I just get back up and get back in the saddle. Can't help it. It might be a fluke or some kind of cruel joke, but what if it's not? Sorry, I don't know. I know there's no use making myself sick with worry. Don't fret about that. It makes sense. This strange situation would make anyone nervous, but... Look, I'm not going anywhere. If anything happens to me, I'm not going down without a fight. And you're my best friend. I don't think being friends with a little worrier is any trouble at all. Ashley tried to reassure me multiple times that she wasn't going to get wrapped up in this absurd killing game, but... Despite her stubbornness, my heart sank further and further into darkness. Knowing such a game was thrusted upon us in the first place was too awful to bear. Bear, you say? I don't know yet how involved he's going to be in this or not yet. I didn't want Ashley to reassure me that she wasn't going to die. I wanted to hear the killing game wasn't real at all. Ash, would you mind if I had some time alone? I'm still feeling overwhelmed. Oh, of course. I understand. In that case, I'll take some time to explore the mansion a little more. I'll always be around if you need anything. Take care, Echo. Ashley departed for the study and I went back to my personal room. It was all too much. I threw myself on the bed and let my body slowly sink into the comforter as I sank into my thoughts. I went over the events of this supposed vacation in my head. I woke up in an unknown room, with nothing in my possession. In a panic, threw the door open to find my best friend, Ashley Westbridge, the ultimate... That's right. She's the ultimate jockey. Supposedly won 84% of her races, whatever that meant. Regardless, she neglected to tell me of such a thing during our friendship. Ashley and I teamed up to explore what we discovered to be a mansion. After meeting a handful of students, we discovered 9 out of 10 of them had something called an ultimate talent. There's someone who doesn't have one. Who doesn't? Echo, as far as we know. That's right. Within our group, I discovered I was the only one without some sort of ultimate talent. I wanted to speculate that perhaps I had no memory of such a thing, but in all honesty, I wasn't able to list any interesting memories pertaining to an ultimate talent. I was in a state of disarray. After being overwhelmed by the immense talent everyone encompassed, I felt an urge to escape. I ran to the foyer's main doors and got zapped. Upon grabbing the door handle, a shock was sent through me, causing me to pass out. I lost consciousness and woke up sometime later in Forte's room. After the shock, the rest of the students became concerned. Our group split up the next morning and searched the mansion for any signs of a trap. In the middle of the search, we were summoned to the second-floor atrium. There we heard some horrific news. The horrible news was... That's right. A strange announcement informed us we were to be trapped here for 7 days, and the means of escape was to kill someone. Not to mention that the real fun would begin tomorrow. It was also strange, almost unreal. No, I just wished it were unreal. Just wanted to go back home. Wanted to go back to the comfort and complacency and knowing my place. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. Before I knew it, I'd fallen asleep, lost in my thoughts. And Chapter 1 begins now. I opened my eyes. The clock on my bedside table read 12. Oh, I must have dozed off a little. Why can't this weird situation just be a dream already? I stared blankly around my personal room. I guess I could take a walk to get my mind off things. I made my way to the foyer and sighed again. The grandiose foyer was empty, making me feel even smaller against its elaborate decor. So is it 12 noon or 12 midnight? I dawdled around for a spell, thinking of what to do, when I heard a small conversation in the dining hall. Have a look at this. Oh, okay. It was Pandora and Say. I paused at the doorway. Seemed they were in the middle of something. What is that? Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, it's lovely. The engraving is just immaculate. My sister gave it to me ages ago. I was wondering if you'd like it. Huh? Why me? Were you wanting something in return? Nothing of the sort. I was thinking, as a watchmaker, you must have a rich eye for detail. I believe you could give this piece the care it needs. I don't know. If it's a gift from your sister, wouldn't you want to keep it? I'm afraid I can't put it to good enough use. I cherish it, but if someone else can appreciate it more than I, who am I to keep it away from her? Sounds strange. I'll try to take care of it. Thank you. Even after the pressing situation made itself known, it seemed like Pandora still wanted to get along with everyone. Even the most timid person, some way or another. I left them alone. I stepped back into the center of the foyer. I wonder how everyone else is doing. Okay, we actually have a free time segment. Don't know where Lyle or Cannon are. Arts at the climbing center. I'll go talk to Missy. I can't sit still knowing there are questions to be answered. Would you like to join me in an investigation? I helped Missy search every corner of the foyer, to no avail. That was kind of a heavy sigh. Are you okay? I'm not immune to the pressure of the situation we found ourselves in, and I must confess something, if you'd allow me to think aloud a moment. I intended to join the Preservation Project as a part of their operating group once I heard about it. I thought my skills would prove useful. Really? What are you thinking about it now? I am convinced the group must have been infiltrated. The group is known for bringing in many talents from around the world. For starters, I know the Preservation Project's safe house was a large building with many wings for each group of Ultimate students. The groups are divided by the window of time students signed up. In our case, we all signed up within a relatively close time frame, creating a group of 10. The individual groups are often offered a class project to work on together, utilizing all the unique skills in their pool. These projects apparently have varying results, given the fact that each group may or may not be composed of incompatible talents. Regardless, the end products are usually very unique. Wow, that sounds interesting. Certainly. It would have been an amusing and challenging experience to participate as well, but alas. Other Ultimate students, huh? I let Missy continue investigating in peace. I wonder how Ash is doing. Hey, Echo. I was just reading about this painter named Marcel Osterzum. Apparently people think very highly of their work. Would you like to see? So, how are you feeling? I'm feeling a bit better. I took a walk to clear my head a little. Glad to hear it. The last thing I would want is for you to get all worked up. Ash, I'm curious. How did you hear about the Preservation Project? I heard about it by word of mouth. I have some Ultimate Talent colleagues that were talking about the Preservation Project, so I signed up for it along with my friend, the Ultimate Race Car Driver. Wow, jockey and race car driver. That's a pretty high-stakes tag team. Well, you know how it goes. Birds of a feather flock together. But I can't help but wonder whether or not he made it in. I'm sure he did. He's probably just in a different group. Maybe. It's just, last I spoke with him, we got in a huge fight. Oh. Ashley didn't seem to want to talk about it anymore. I'm sorry if I brought up something painful. No, it's okay. Fights happen when people are close. It's just a fact of life, I suppose. We've had our fair share of spats, but have usually worked through them. Remember when I dropped her mug? I still have that mug. You worked pretty hard to mend it together in that kintsugi fashion, although it's a little too awkward to drink out of. I knew it was your favorite, so I did my best. Thanks, Echo. I appreciate what you're trying to say. Don't worry about my silly fight. I'll get over it. I said goodbye and let her have some time alone. Oh, there's 3 people we can talk to. What about Cyrus? Hello, Echo. Have you come to relax for a bit in the spa? Feel free to join me. Cyrus, what do you know about the Preservation Project? Oh. About as much as any other student who signed up. It's a group that protects ultimate students from extreme natural disaster. To preserve humanity's future. It's presumed that that's their goal, as the name implies. That's as much as I know, too. It would be unfortunate to lose people who would benefit the world, right? Makes sense. What do you think of all of this? I sighed. The scenario we found ourselves it feels like the very opposite of saving ultimate students. It's terrible, building excitement and hopes of safety only to crush those feelings in a messed up game. I couldn't wrap my head around the idea. A more than reasonable observation. It's cruel, isn't it? Most of all, I was still confused as to why and how I found myself there. In that case, what do you think of the others? What about them? Well, our associates all found their way here, for some reason or another. Isn't that right? No one would want to join a killing game voluntarily, that much is obvious. But say that the former were true, that they joined to become part of humanity's future. Pandora seems keen on the idea that our talents can induce worldly benefit and change. Do you think such a thing could happen? I suppose so. Why not? Cyrus chuckled faintly. Why not? How optimistic. Oh, yeah, I guess it might be a lot to hope for from the scenario we're in. No, it's good. It's good of you to maintain the spirit that anything is possible. Cyrus flashed a pleasant smile again before reclining back in the spa chair in silence. After a beat, I saw myself out as Cyrus continued to enjoy his time in the spa. Oh man. Normally we only get to talk to 2 people during free time. Never seen 4 though. Forte then. I mean, are we gonna get to talk to everybody then? Everybody available, that is. Welcome to the stage, Echo. I was just admiring the selection of props backstage. Would you like to try some? I awkwardly tried on some hats and masks with Forte. This killing game. It can't be our reality, can it? Excuse me, just thinking out loud. That's okay, I was wondering the same thing. I mean, the Preservation Project. What am I saying? They can't be related. Surely the group has been infiltrated and is pulling a horrible prank. Though I can't say the perpetrator's flavor is humor. What is the Preservation Project, anyway? It's a group that provides safe housing for ultimate students, protecting them from extreme natural disasters. It had a reputation for taking in small groups of students at a time, since the news of it was passed along solely by word of mouth. Once enough students signed up, a number of them were let in. In our case, it seems the message got to the 10 of us. Word of mouth. Yes, a lot of Ultimate students often flock together in small communities within our area, since they're often outcast by the average people. I personally heard it when they acquired an Ultimate radio host to help spread the message to my community. I can recall with clarity. His voice was boisterous and engaging, not unlike that strange announcer. Despite that, it was a modest arrangement overall. There seemed to be a constrained effort not to spread the word far and wide. Which is strange considering the varying range of students and talents around the world. Wouldn't you think the group would extend this offer to more Ultimates? I guess it does feel a little deliberate. Listen to me jawing away. Don't mind my pedantic thoughts, just trying to make sense of this is all. Forte quieted down as he continued to inspect the costumes backstage. Ultimate communities. I thanked Forte for spending time with me and left the theater. Yeah, I guess art's all that's left. Echo, want to see how high I can climb? Safety first, though, of course. I watched Art struggle with the ropes and harnesses before giving up on the idea of climbing altogether. I'm also wondering if this... some place with a large height like this could definitely be used in a murder. So weird. What's on your mind? This game thing. That announcement said it was a game, but it's not a very fun premise, know what I'm saying? Huge mansion or whatever, just for the 10 of us to play a killing game? Seems, I don't know, expensive? What do you mean? The place is huge. I would have thought maybe more people would be involved by the looks of it. Yeah, again. Usually there's been 16. And there were 16 places at the table. Not that I want a lot of people to play a killing game. You say a lot of people, but are Ultimate students really so common? Yes and no. I'm familiar with Ashley's name only because I pay attention to the sport, but I know zilch about photography. I think you just have to be in the right circles. And to put in perspective, there are billions of people on the planet. It only seems like a lot of Ultimate students in this moment since we're all gathered up. That's true. Well, at least you don't have to worry much about all this Ultimate talent stuff. It's tiring sometimes. Art fell unusually silent for a spell. Anyway, doesn't look like I can figure out this climbing business. Catch you later. Art gave me a quick nod as he zipped out of the climbing center. Huh? Okay, there's nobody left, though. Except for... oh. Let's see if Cannon's in any mood to talk. Okay, so we can go talk to them. Looked up and down the halls, but I couldn't find Cannon anywhere. Guess she's in her personal room. I made my way over to her listed personal room in the living quarters, and knocked quietly. Cannon? There's no response on the other end. Either she was out being difficult to find, or she didn't want to be bothered. Whatever the case, I moved on. Okay, I guess Lyle's all that's left. Wonder what Lyle's up to. And I guess he's off solving the killing game puzzle. Better let him get to it. I think that's everyone. I learned a little bit more about this preservation project and how the others found their way to this place. Despite that, I was still left wondering my purpose here. After spending some time with my fellow classmates, I habitually wandered back to my personal room. But upon entering, I realized I didn't have any personal effects with which to pass the time, so I stepped right back into the hall to see if anyone wanted to socialize. Incidentally, I came across Sei and Cannon on their way in from the foyer in the halls. Hey, Sei, Cannon. I was about to go to the dining hall. Did you want to come? We just left the dining hall. Oh, I see. We stood in silence for half a minute. Well, I, should go. Sei shuffled off, leaving me and Cannon to fill the empty air. She went right back out to the foyer to who knows where. Sei's personal room is right here. Maybe she wants to spend time in one of the activity rooms. Maybe. The conversation came to a stalemate. Oh. Ash Gaming. Thank you very much for the raid. Awesome. Hello. I'm, playing Danganronpa Lapse, a fan game in the series. Still on Chapter 1 for right now. I'm just being cautious. Cannon turned and withdrew to her personal room. Yeah, I couldn't find a tag for this game, so I just went with I just used the first one. I don't know if that confused anybody to thinking I was playing that one. I let out a deep breath I didn't know I was holding in. Cannon tires me out. I made my way to the dining hall, running into Ashley along the way. We greeted each other in the usual manner before sitting down with the other students who already settled in for a meal. Ah, Echo and Ashley. Feel free to join us. We were just starting. How have you been faring since this morning? Oh, I'm feeling much better, thank you. Pleased to hear it. Misty sat at the head of the table. Art and Cyrus sat across from each other, with Ashley sitting next to Cyrus. I shuffled in, sitting next to Art and across from Ashley. Man, what kind of class only has 5 students? One that has been disillusioned by a strange game, apparently. Yes, it's a little disheartening to see only half our group gathered here. Hope our raiders are having a good evening as well. Well, it isn't strictly required that we all have dinner together. I saw Sei and Cannon passing by. They must have had their share already and were on their way out. Sei's a pretty shy girl, so I can understand perhaps she didn't want to be around a large group of people. And Cannon, she's awfully mysterious. Well, there's no use worrying about them. They can do whatever they please, so we shouldn't question their actions. Even if they're suspicious? And for that matter, doesn't the killing game frighten any of you? I voice the questions that have been ruling my thoughts. I mean, there's really no one capable of that sort of thing, is there? My question was met with silence. Echo, I understand you might be afraid right now, but it won't do you any good to worry. You're only going to run yourself ragged thinking about the frightful possibilities. Yeah, Missy's right. It's just some dumb announcement out of nowhere, so what's the threat? Precisely. We shouldn't make ourselves sick with anxiety that something that hasn't invoked any consequences. Plus, if this were a killing game, why would they give us such nice amenities? Why not just throw us in a creepy locked building? Wouldn't that pressure us further into killing each other to escape an unknown, scary building? I wonder. Regardless, we shouldn't dwell on the specifics of something so mysterious and harmless. Let us enjoy each other's company and the fixings of this mansion to its fullest. Thank you for the encouraging words, Missy. Missy won't get shook up. She's the definition of keeping it cool. With the atmosphere lightened up, we continued our dinner with lively chatter. I was thankful to have such positive energy surrounding me. Alright. After dinner, we all departed to wrap the evening with our own activities. Ashley and I walked over to the living quarters to rest for the evening. Before we went to our respective rooms, Ashley pulled me over to the end of the living quarters hallway. Ash, what's up? Echo, I've been thinking, and I don't know how to say this. This killing game, it has me really worried. An ultimate battle royale. Just saying that is ridiculous. It has to be some kind of themed ARG or weird elaborate prank. I was kidding around, but Ashley still remains still with a serious demeanor. Well, you're here, aren't you? How else would you explain your high school plaque on your personal room door? I'm sure it's a little strange, but that can mean anything. I was probably just mistaken for a different student at my high school. You know what I think it means? It means I was right. Echo, being involved with me only results in ultimate levels of trouble. This game that's specially curated for ultimate students managed to gain a collateral student participant simply by association. Me. That actually makes me think of the deal between Sarah and Joe from Your Turn to Die. Ash, what are you saying? I don't want you to worry about me. Yes, I can protect myself, but it's more than that. I remember that night. The night you dropped me off after we had dinner. You couldn't walk me to my house. I did in fact make it to the house in one piece, but when I looked back out on the street, I noticed something strange. I saw smoke. It was coming from the direction you dropped me off, so I assumed the worst. I wanted to run out there and see what had happened, but the only thing I remembered after that was a sharp pain and then... black. Right. I must have been a target or something. Something must have subdued and captured me, and at the same time you as well. Whoever did this, it seemed they wanted to cover all their bases, which meant if you saw anything that night, you had to be taken also. I trembled at the thought. The problem was I didn't see a thing happen that night. Echo, I can protect myself, but I want you to keep your distance so whatever happens to me doesn't come to harm you as well. How can you say that? We're best friends. I can't abandon you at a time like this. I need you to let me alone. It's for your safety. It hurts me to even think about it, but I don't want you to be in danger because of your relation to me as a close friend. I couldn't believe what was happening. Ashley's face was covered in remorse. She only wanted to keep me safe, but in return it meant we needed to be apart. One thing that also that also came to mind while during that flashback when Echo was dropping Ashley off. Wasn't Echo's foot injured? Is it still injured? That kind of comes to mind. Ashley gave me one last hug before retiring to her room for the night. Ashley. I hung my head in despair. Why did this have to happen? I clenched my fist in frustration. Damn it! I pounded the wall trying to process everything when I heard a gentle voice. I'm so sorry for what just happened. I twirled around to find the source of the voice a few paces behind me. Oh, it was Pandora. Her voice was barely a whisper. Pandora, you heard our conversation? I apologize. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was only nearby because I wanted to talk to you privately. Me? Yes. I was wondering, does this message mean anything to you? Kuma. Well, I didn't get what the rest of it said, but Pandora pulled a small piece of paper out of her apron pocket. The note had 2 small symbols on it, along with some text. If you recognize any of the symbols depicted, then you have finally found me and are safe. Please do not speak of this note's existence. Trust no one but yourself. Upon closer inspection, the symbols were similar to the ones the announcement showed. What does this mean? Do you recognize either of them? Like, I guess from before we were brought here? I can't say that I do. Oh. That's unfortunate. I was confused by the contents of the note, so I was hoping someone could help me. In particular, I was wondering what the note meant by, "You are safe." Based on what's shown in the note itself, the 2 symbols could be of interest. It seems like there could be someone here who might be connected to whoever's controlling the announcements. Basically, there might be a spy. Yes, once again, already entertaining that we have an imposter among us. I thought the same, but I wish the implications weren't so. Where did you find that? It was in my apron pocket since I woke. I don't know how it got there. I don't recall putting anything like this in my pockets. Did anyone else receive this as well? She tucked the note away back in her apron pocket. However, that wasn't really what I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to say, I feel like you're a very special person. I can't really explain it, but I feel a strong aura about you. Oh, thank you. She smiled and went on. Echo, you might think being an ultimate student is some kind of extravagant existence, but you forget there is beauty in the ordinary as well. Even if we do have ultimate talents, we're still regular people just like you. Waking up with bedheads, sometimes showing up late to our appointments. We're just a little more preoccupied with one particular thing than most others. Thank you, Pandora. Pandora managed to quell a bit of the worry in my heart. But it's a pity what happened between you and Ashley. I don't know what to think anymore. One moment, Missy is telling me not to believe a word the announcement says, and another, Ash is cutting ties with me in a firm belief of the dangers of the game. What am I supposed to do? I felt my throat begin to choke. Oh, Echo. I don't think it's my place to say, however. This is but a bump in the road. Ashley will always be your friend, no matter what. And it may be difficult to determine what's in store for us ahead, so we must keep our faith and live one moment at a time. The light started to dim as Pandora smiled at me one last time. It is now 9 a.m. Nighttime will begin at 10 p.m. I said a.m. before, didn't I? Nighttime will begin at 10 p.m. Facilities will be closed until 7 a.m. the next morning. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. Oh dear, it looks like nighttime has come. Well then, bonne nuit, Echo. And please don't tell anyone about this note. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. I feel like this note is the key to the many mysteries of this place. This part is giving me vibes of what Rentaro was talking about before. With that survivor perk, I wonder if that note could be an equivalent to that in some way. I nodded. The note was odd. I couldn't find it in me to outright doubt Pandora. Good night to you too, Pandora. We both returned to our personal rooms to pass over the night. Do a second file just in case. I stared blankly at the dim ceiling, letting my mind wander aimlessly through the news I learned today. But nothing really stuck. Words and conversations and thoughts flew by as I let my heavy eyes close. The one thought that pervaded the others was, what would be waiting for us tomorrow? Before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep. Day 3, then. I opened my eyes to the now familiar colors of the room. I looked at the clock on my bedside table. 7:28. I turned off the alarm before it rang and steadily got out of bed. Only 2 days had passed, yet I found myself beginning to acclimate to the sleep schedule. I splashed my face with cold water, the icy sting charging my nerves for a sharp awakening. I wonder if anyone's in the dining hall for breakfast yet. I made my way to the dining hall, stopping in the foyer for a moment to gaze at the mysterious electrifying doorway. In the dining hall, there were a few early risers just starting breakfast. Good morning. Good morning, Echo. Please help yourself. I made some muffins with citrus today. Hopefully it'll energize you. Nothing like a hearty, satisfying breakfast to start the day. Oh, rolling with the same crew as last night. Except I guess Ashley was switched in for Pandora. My heart hurt when Art mentioned Ashley. So she's just keeping her distance from everyone then. I take it. Pandora must have noticed and sat close to me. Here, I made lemon squares just for you. Ashley told me in passing you like lemon. She did. So Ashley was still looking out for me. Aw. Thanks, Pandora. Can you tell her to thank you? Can you tell her thank you for me as well? Of course. We continued our leisurely breakfast as we all shook off the night's slumber. No one else came in during the length of our stay in the dining hall. However... Oh, another lovely announcement. It is now 9 a.m. Please assemble in the second floor atrium for a special announcement. After the announcement ended, I mechanically started to get up from my seat. When Art loudly kicked his feet up on the table. No way! Art leaned back in his chair and pouted. We're not going to listen to your creepy announcements, you hear? He waggled his finger aimlessly at the ceiling. Uh-oh, I don't know if this is... I wonder what happens if we refuse to assemble. Do we want to test this passive protest? I don't know. Historically defying the, killing game like that is usually not ended well. Why not? I'm curious as well. Hey, isn't this dangerous? I agree. It might be risky. The only risk so far has been from when Echo actively tried to escape. The past 48 hours has been nothing but casual to us. However, after a moment of silence, the painting above the fireplace switched the announcement emblem. It was the killing game announcer. So, welcome to day 3. So it plays regardless. I sat down and allowed the announcement to disrupt our morning. Are you all comfortable? Having a nice breakfast? Having fun sleeping in? That's great to hear. Today we'll be reviewing some general rules relative to our lovely killing game. They are as follows. The students will enjoy an idyllic lifestyle within the Apothegm walls for a duration of 7 days. 2. Activity amenities are open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. 3. Breaking major assets, the kitchen, refrigerator, theater lights, etc., is strictly prohibited. At the end of 7 days, whoever survives is awarded the ultimate prize. 5. To expedite the process toward the ultimate prize, one must kill a fellow student without getting caught. I mean, again, all we have to... so far, it's like, all we have to do is just not kill anyone, and we all get this ultimate prize and get to leave, but I know they're gonna try and twist this up in some way. And to get the ball rolling each morning, a special musing will be provided to exercise your mind. Yeah, here it comes. Today's forced motive question is... Are your talents a true representation of who you are? Who are you beyond your talent? Stew upon these brain-teasing inquiries as you all carry on with your communal lives. And whoever actually went to the atrium gets an additional special gift. So you anticipated this. Who's not here? Who may have gotten this special gift? Ashley isn't here. Cannon isn't here. I don't think Lyle is here. Is Say here? I didn't see her. Yeah, I know. No one wants to go to the second floor just to hear an announcement. That's what speakers are for, after all. So whoever followed the rules gets a little something something. If you know what I mean. Finally, if there are no developments by day's end, there will be serious repercussions. You will all suffer the consequences and be executed as a group for failing to participate in the game. Okay. So if somebody doesn't kill somebody, everybody dies. Just like, very similar to Chapter 1 in the first game. Okay. Check out your bracelets. They all contain a lethal dose of Complex 53. 53. V3. I see what you did there. Just enough to knock you into the next life in less than a minute. Huh? I flip my bracelet over to see a small vial of clear liquid attached to a control chip. Our bracelets had these things the whole time? But, that's just a last resort. I don't really want to use it unless you all really bore me. So come on, you all. Make it happen. The bizarre announcement cut out, and the painting returned to its original form. So the thing they're going to give us to motivate murder is a question. And the threat of a clear liquid that's proclaimed to be a deadly toxic gas. As far as I know, such a chemical by the name Complex 53 doesn't exist. It might be just water, like a prop or something. And release it only at the end of the day if nothing happens. I don't know, seems kind of weak. I furrowed my brow. I recalled what Missy said yesterday, that the risk wasn't high enough to do something drastic. A question was hardly raising the bar, not to mention a small vial of liquid. As for the other provided motive, as it were, I don't understand. Are we meant to discuss the question with each other? Perhaps. Unless anyone has any skeletons in the closet, I believe it's only fair to share our thoughts on the subject. Oh yeah, I don't think I've seen Forte in the group either. So any one of those that I mentioned could have gotten that special prize. I sheepishly ducked my head, but Missy caught me. Echo, why don't you lead us in our discussion? You are the most qualified, since you sit in a rather gray area when it comes to ultimate talents. Which isn't to say you're not included, but I think you have the most neutral viewpoint that is appropriate for judgment. Sure, if you say so. If you don't want to, it's not necessary. It's alright. I have to admit I'm pretty curious now. Well, let's see what everyone has to say. Is being a pro golfer the true representation of who I am? I don't really get it. I mean, I think it is. I haven't really expanded my interests outside of what I know, which is golf, so I can't say anything else encompasses who I am. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think so. If you tried something new now, I think it might be disorienting to fail at said activity since you're not ultra skilled in it. Yeah, that does make sense. Well, ultimate golfer or not. Yeah, I like playing golf. I think I got so good at the sport because I knew I liked it all the time this time and stuck around with it. Never really thought of the other stuff. Yeah, there we go. I guess it's a simple sentiment. Thanks, Echo. Okay, good. So, Cyrus. Yes? What does being called the ultimate charisma entail? Why, it's the mystifying ability to draw people towards me with little to no effort. Or so I've been told. Some might equate the word charisma with charm, and in turn think that charisma has to do with good looks, beautiful voice, overflowing wealth, etc. However, I think charisma actually lies simply in having a kind soul. People are swayed by those with a kind soul, be it they have good intentions to follow through on or bad intentions to take advantage of. I found myself absorbed in Cyrus's statement. Might even say you're rather charismatic yourself, Echo. Oh, I don't know if I'd go that far. Nonsense. I welcome your presence. It's charming. I felt a little embarrassed after being given such kind praise from the one so-called ultimate charisma himself. So with that in mind, how would you describe your personality and talent? Not sure. It's always difficult to talk about yourself. Though I suppose I do like going with the flow. I guess a word would be cooperative? A political tactician, huh? It's not glamorous. I'm often tasked with knowing the burdens and misdeeds of many people in power. It's somewhat a curse to be able to lie my way out of a sticky situation. How do you feel about being called the ultimate tactician, though? I don't mind. It is what it is. It's the strength I've been blessed with, and I would be misspoken if I said I took an interest in other things. I've always known my personality to be that of someone who informs. And if I can give a purpose-driven voice power to speak up for what's right, then the ensuing battle, be it a difficult one, will produce satisfying results. I believe at the end of it, if intense debate occurs, there's often an intense emotion behind it. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen your fair share of selfishness and greed, though. Circumventing those intentions can be trying, but you just need to take the good with the bad. Misty, self-assuring as always. I guess that leaves us with Pandora. Who am I beyond my talent? Honestly, I wouldn't be anything without baking. Even in another life, I think I would always find my way back to baking. It's just in my soul. I think at the core of it, such an activity represents all that I care for in life. The simplicity in sharing good food with friends. To make something infused with love, and to bring that joy to others. It's quite a special feeling, is it not? Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Listen to me, being so sentimental. You really love baking, huh? Oh, it is everything. Everyone said similar things. That their talents run alongside their personalities. You couldn't have one without the other. What an odd motive. I would imagine talking about this kind of thing among peers would only reinforce relations. If our captors are trying to plant distrust, I'm afraid I don't quite understand the logic. I thought about the intention of the question, but all I could think was that it might be to weed out spies, which involuntarily led me to suspect the person I would least suspect. Is something the matter, Echo? Oh. You think... She had some kind of secret note that bore the strange emblems of our mansion announcers. What could it mean? There was also that interaction with Sei, where she entrusted that engraving, that memento of her sisters, to her. What was up with that, I wonder? If I may be so bold, I firmly believe from our discussion that our ultimate talents are truly one and the same, with our personality and characteristics. I'm inclined to agree. I guess it's cool that we got to know each other a little more, though. Seems like a friendly enough topic. Indeed. Our talents and skills born from a passion within, and you simply cannot remove that aspect of a person without losing a part of them. A peculiar motivator, that one. With our thoughts on the forced motive question cleared, our group was able to finish the morning in peace. Again, what about the other 5, though? Breakfast Club wrapped up, and with No other announcements to interrupt us. The afternoon is completely available for our individual activities. I didn't have anything in particular planned today, so I idled in the foyer before deciding what to do next. Hey, Echo! That familiar voice erupted from behind me. Oh, what's up, Art? This might be weird to ask, but do you mind if I hang out with you today? I'm kind of curious about other students' talent stories, but I didn't want to go running around the mansion alone. Why didn't you ask one of the others from breakfast? Huh? Oh, 'cause you're cool. Oh, what? I mean, you're easy to talk to. I thought about asking Missy, but Missy's kind of imposing, honestly. You know, I feel like I'd have to walk all nice like I'm balancing books on my head or something. I don't think she's strict on how others walk or anything like that. That aside, she stuck around with you on the first day, didn't she? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm asking you now since I'm here. Besides, I can't find Lyle. I wanted to get another strategy meeting started today. Maybe even help him with solving some stuff, but... So I was his second choice. Somehow he seemed disappointed. Yeah, Lyle's been missing for quite a while, too. Sure, I'll tag along. I didn't really have anything planned today anyway. I trailed off, thinking about Ashley. You can probably cut down on one visit right here. Since you and Ashley are best friends, do you know anything about her talent? Honestly, I can't say I do. This is the first time I even heard about such a thing like ultimate talents. All I knew was that she lived out in the countryside with her father on a ranch, Westbridge Stables. I didn't think all her time around horses amounted to something as intense as being an ultimate jockey. Huh. Maybe she just likes to be modest. I mean, just because she has high win rates doesn't mean she avoids taking care of the horses. Kind of like she works hard and plays hard. Does that make sense? I couldn't really make heads or tails of it. I didn't really want to be thinking about Ashley at the moment anyways. It was too overwhelming. I sighed. Yeah, I suppose that could be it. Alright, that's one down. Let's get going. Seems I got roped into exploring the other students' opinions on the forced motive question with Art. Not that I was opposed to the idea of learning about the others. There were a handful of people we hadn't heard from. Again, I wonder. Again, we'll try Lyle first. Again, is he still missing? Art and I looked around for Lyle, but he remained as elusive as ever. The heck? Where is Lyle? I don't know. I'm certain we would have run into him by now. If we run around some more, we're bound to find him sooner or later. Cannon can't avoid us forever. Again, right now, the five that weren't in the dining hall with us are, I feel like they're going to be the most suspect, because once again, that's a concern, is whatever that secret prize anyone that showed up in the atrium for the announcement would have gotten. Cannon was in the atrium photographing some of the greenery in the center of the Grand Hall. Art and I hid away behind some bushes, watching quietly. Hey, I know you two are there. Be quiet until I'm done. We watched in silence as she snapped various photos of the plants. Out with it. What do you want? Echo is curious about your talent in relation to the forced motive question. Way to throw me under the bus. Yeah, we just wanted to hear your thoughts. There's not much to say. I know who I am. I'm a photographer. A behind-the-scenes kind of person who brings others' visions to life and captures them for eternity. Was this rehearsed or what? No. I just know who I am. With a certainty. Just as Cannon was about to make a dramatic entrance on that lingering note, Pandora caught her on the way out. Oh, Cannon, just the person I wanted to see. And is this about the motive question as well? Indeed. Broken figure is an interesting subject. Would you mind if I asked, what draws you to it? Yes, I do mind. It's niche, and I don't want to waste my breath explaining these nuances to people who wouldn't understand. No activity is so niche that it's acted upon without love, you know. Whatever. Did I offend you? No. Just, why are you all bombarding me with questions? We're not close. This is how we get close. We make small talk and learn about each other. It's all in good spirit. Well, I really wish you wouldn't bother. Cannon ends the conversation for us again and disappears from the atrium. Well, I guess that's that. Sorry you had to walk in on that, Pandora. It's fine. Perhaps it wasn't my place to ask. I shouldn't pry, right? Oh, you didn't do anything wrong. Cannon's just kinda snippy. That's putting it kindly. Thank you, Art. Echo. Excuse me, I just remembered something. I'll see you two around. Oh, sure thing. We'll see you later. You've got Sei. Art and I saw Sei in the kitchen, poking at the digital screen. Oh, I haven't eaten since yesterday. Sei, what's the matter? Oh, it's no use. I don't know how to use the screen thing. It doesn't register my tabs. Huh? You need to tap your bracelet to the screen first, and then you can choose a meal. What? She raised her right arm and scanned her bracelet to the screen, activating the display. This is embarrassing. I'm not right-handed, so I didn't think about it. Glad I could help. Sei poked at the digital screen, ordering a rice porridge with pickled vegetables. Eat up, Sei. Echo, let's get something too, so she doesn't have to eat alone. Art, Sei, and I shared a small meal together. After we finished, Sei quietly sat in the dining hall and fiddled with the rings. She let out a big, exasperated sigh. Oh, it's really no use. What's wrong? I can't get used to anything around here. It may be because I'm kind of forgetful, but I went so long without eating because I couldn't figure out the menu thing. You shouldn't go so long without eating. If you need help with anything, you can always ask one of your friends here. Friends? Was that too forward? No, it's just I don't talk to you at all much, so I didn't believe you thought of me as a friend. Don't say that. There's no reason we wouldn't call you a friend, right? She stopped there, but I saw a small smile turn the corner of her lips. So, right down to business. Business? We came by to ask you about the question thing. The question thing? You mean the forced motive question? Yeah, a group of us were talking about it in the dining hall over breakfast, and we were wondering if you had any thoughts on it. I don't know. It seems straightforward. I'm a detail-oriented person, and watches are full of little mechanisms. Although, I guess I can get lost in those details and miss the big picture, like just now. But then again, after all the gear design differences under the face of the watch, the outcome is still fixed. A timepiece, right? Yeah, I don't really understand what the question is supposed to be all about. Sorry. No worries, we don't know either, so we were just going around getting everyone's opinion. Oh, I see. Well, good luck figuring it out then. Oh, good luck figuring it out then. Say clams up and quickly scuttles off before we could say anything else. Oh, bye? She's kind of antsy, huh? And that just leaves us with Forte. Probably where I think he is. Yep, the theater. Art and Echo, what brings you here? Art here was curious about your opinion of the force motive question. Now we did the same with Art. Yeah, why opera? Isn't it boring? Art, full of tact, I see. Aha! It's quite the opposite of boring. Performances are very rich and can shake the viewer to their core. Opera is a wonderful art that combines raw vocal emotion with the physical beauty of expressing the self with your very being. Oh. Want to hit us with some bars? Forte's operatic voice. To say I was a little curious would be an understatement. Oh no, I couldn't perform under these conditions. What conditions? The conditions of the heart, of course. Can we ask why that is? You see, I haven't been able to properly express myself since a tragedy struck my hometown. Tragedy? We lost a friend in our community. Sir Hyde, one of our most loyal friends. One of his favorite pastimes included long walks in the park, the wind gently brushing through his ears. Is this a dog? You lost your dog? Yep. Art? Yes, I'm still rather fragile about it. Sorry, that sucks, man. Si, davvero. I suppose it's different experiencing tragedy than performing it. Precisely. I've been troubled since. What kind of dog was he? German Shepherd of 13 years. Aw, I'm sure you gave him a great full life, with lots of music, of course. Forte's lip turned a small grin. Indeed. Dog is man's best friend, are they not? It would have been unseemly of me to treat him not unlike my own family. He had such charm and wit, howling along with my practice. Why, I dare say he prevented me from practicing, times more often than not. Sir Hyde loved to command the attention of all with his gaiety. I couldn't help but smirk at the idea of his dog being on the theater stage. It was a sweet thought. Yeah, just remember those good old times with Mr. Hyde. Indeed, I shall. Thank you, Art. After that small chat, Art and I thanked Forte for his time and paused near the theater exit to collect our thoughts. I bet his dog was really fun to play with. Anyway, what did we learn? I don't think we got an answer to the question as much as we did a description of what opera is. I think we did. Forte's kind of a dramatic guy, sure, but I think he's very in tune with his emotions. Just like opera. Satisfied with the answer, Art nodded in understanding. And despite him jumping straight to Forte's worries, Art seemed to have helped Forte recall his fondness of his late friend. After running around all day, Art and I managed to catch Lyle as he was about to enter his room, on the other side of the living quarters hall. Ah, finally. Yo, Lyle! Hey there, what's the good word? You're awfully casual for being so difficult to find. Yeah, we finally caught you. Huh? You've been running around this whole building solving puzzles. And we've been running around this whole building looking for you. Oh, I'm in hot demand, is that right? Yeah, we wanted to hear your thoughts on the motive question. We thought it might improve relations, getting to know each other better and all. Ah, that. Forced motive question. It's not a very strong motivator, is it? What if I don't want to talk about it? I suppose you don't have to. Yeah, but we're friends. We should share stuff like this. And friends should know when to let up on the pressure. Oh, sorry, Lyle. Art looked down dejectedly. I'm sure Art didn't mean to press you so hard. It's fine. It's just, I've known puzzles all my life, you know? Puzzle solving is more of a introverted task, if you will. They're generally seen as activities simply for passing the time. Cubing, crosswords, etc. I don't really like thinking about who I am beyond my talent is all. I'm afraid I'm too boring without puzzles. You're not boring. You're plenty cool. I mean, look around. You got all sorts of friends here who think you're amazing for charging right towards solving the electric door. Right, Echo? Amazing is one way to put it. Yeah, Lyle, don't beat yourself up. You have a gift. Thanks, you two. But hey, while we're on the topic, listen to this. I tinkered with the door and I managed to figure something out. Oh? Lyle had our attention as he led the way to the foyer. Here we are. Give the door a try. What? No, wait, does that mean we don't have to stay here anymore? Well, that's the catch. Go ahead. I gave Lyle a nervous look before reaching slowly for the door handle. Bracing myself, I quickly gripped the handle and nothing happened. Wow, Lyle, you did it! I gave the doors a push, but they wouldn't budge. What now? Is this a barricade? Is there a barricade or something? I think so. That or it's just hard locked. So I managed to disable the electric door, but the physical barrier's an issue now. I admit, I'm relieved there's more layers to this task. What do you mean? It would have been too boring if I just had to disarm a door. Unconcerned with the discovery, Lyle was more satisfied with having more puzzles to solve than he was with removing a trap from the dangerous door. Here's something else that's interesting, though. Might be important since about this weird killing game twist. After that 9 a.m. morning announcement, I saw Sei sneak downstairs from the direction of the atrium. Oh. So you think she actually went to listen to that announcement? I can't think of anything else. Even stranger was after she came down, she went to the dining hall for a minute but quickly left. Oh, that's where we were. She must have gone in, saw us, and then quickly left. I poked around in there and saw this in the pantry. Oh, that again. Whoa, a secret note. Is that the so-called special gift? Yeah, I can only assume. I was confused. How could it have been a special gift from this morning if Pandora shared the note with me in confidentiality last night? So is there more than one of those? I decided to keep quiet about it. I didn't want to confuse things further. I studied it a little, and the symbols don't match any of the symbols of the students that are currently here. I cross-referenced the note symbols with the ones on our personal room doors and got nothing. That is, if the note symbols even belong to students. I remember Missy saying something about other students. Oh? She told me the Preservation Project divides ultimate student groups across different wings of the building. Maybe there are students from a different wing. In this same building, then, you mean? So what would we do if we did know those students? It's not like we've seen them in our part of the building yet. Who knows? Could it be morphogenetic field theory? Huh? Lyle muttered something under his breath. Morpho what? Don't worry about it. Makes me wonder, though, are we meant to be recognizing other students? For example, I believe I recall Ashley and Echo being friends before this, am I wrong? No, you're right, though it was just me, though. Right. See, for me, I recognize Art's school emblem. AA Academy, right? Huh? Yeah, how'd you know? I went to Rain Moth Institute. I remember seeing your school symbol when our schools merged. My school used to be called Signal Prep High School before the merger. Thought you were so cool representing a whole school to influence a merger. That's kind of embarrassing. Such a long time ago, I hardly remember it. Why not? It's amazing you used your golf skills to make things happen. Our school has never been in better shape, thanks to your help. Thanks. But people complain that my games aren't interesting enough since I always get the same result, a hole-in-one. They always say games should be entertaining, they should just play golf themselves, you know? Besides, Lyle, you're the cool one. I mean, you used like your deduction or whatever to figure out how to disarm a dangerous door. That's more utility than I could have ever imagined. It's nothing. The door doesn't even open anyway. Still awesome, though. Feel like you could even figure out what the deal is with the killing game announcement stuff. Yes, that's the end goal. I'm just working my way through all these small pieces they've given me. The two talked energetically as I awkwardly watched. Oh, sorry, Echo. We're just over here talking your ears off, huh? That's alright. I'll take my leave now if you guys want to continue. Sure, it was fun hanging out with you. Let me know if you come across anything else weird, alright? Art and Lyle left, chattering their way out. They really clicked, huh? Despite Art's lack of sensitivity. I turned around and glanced over at the digital kiosk in the foyer, looking for the time. It's already 3 in the afternoon. Nothing regarding the killing game has happened all day. Guess I should be relieved. I really wanted to find Ashley, but it seemed like she was trying her best to put distance between us. Suppose I'll just pass time in the study. I made my way to the study and skimmed the collection of encyclopedias. An interesting book. Odd theme parks across the world caught my attention. With the tome in hand, I settled the warmly lit study and began to leaf through the pages. I passed the time reading about a strange underwater theme park called Limu. I looked up from the book's pages toward the ringing sound coming from the ceiling. It is now 4 p.m. And no one has died yet? Ugh, how boring. Here's something that'll pump up your blood to shed some blood. Some inspiring, exciting, and energizing music. Oh, not this again. Music? This one's a special request for many of you at home. Enjoy! Yo! The announcement finished and a cacophony of obnoxious noise started playing overhead. Oh, what kind of music is this? I dropped the book to cover my ears, but it was pointless. The reverberation pierced through my skull and pounded through the walls. What the hell? Scouring the room, I looked for the speaker, hoping to block the noise, but my efforts were futile. I ran out of the study, but the din kept crashing through my head, amplified worse from bouncing off the hallway walls. Where is everyone? I instinctively went to the foyer, but it was no use. The door was disarmed, but it was still barricaded. What can I do? The noise was more severe in the foyer as it crashed off the walls and echoed through the main chamber. Ugh, my head was pounding. I could feel the vibrations in my body and my heart beating in my ears. Turning away from the main doors, I saw a shadowy movement at the top of the stairs. Hey! The shadow disappeared. I mustered a cry for attention, but was drowned out by the noise. Speeding up the stairs, the shadow was nowhere to be seen. Shoot, where'd they go? I peeked through the glass doors of the closest room, the spa lounge, and spotted Pandora reclined in one of the lounge chairs. Finally, someone to help me with this horrible situation. I threw the door wide open and rushed in. The music persisted as echoes of its beat flooded into the circular chamber. Pandora? What's going on? I can't find anybody. No reaction. Oh, no. Pandora? Time froze. My breath escaped me once more as slowly came to realize what had happened. I felt my blood run cold and my eyes laid fixed on the stillness before me. There was no response from her. Pandora was dead. Well, that sounds like a good spot for a cutoff. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. So it seems Pandora has been our first victim. I darted out of the spa lounge, my eyes tearing through the hall as I screamed at the top of my lungs for help from anyone. Help! Two people swept in at the sound of my voice. What is it? Stop making so much noise. The music is making enough of a racket. It's Pandora. She's... Where is she? We raced back to the spa lounge. Cyrus and Cannon's eyes were bound immediately to the horrific sight. Cannon gasped sharply and flinched, nearly toppling over backwards from the recoil. Cyrus's expression hardened. A quiet anger emanated from him, it almost palpable in the air. I myself was completely drained. All I could do was stare in a cold silence. Finally, the music ceased and a new announcement began. At last, a body's been discovered in the spa lounge. You'll be granted a period of investigation, and then we will begin our class trial. Please accept this generous gift of a special report called the Monokuma File. It will be printed from the digital kiosk, and it outlines the details of our poor lost friend. Your lives depend on solving this case, so get a crack on. The announcement cut out, allowing stiff apprehension to suffocate the scene. So what I'm already noticing is I see what looks like something floating in the water there. And I remember from the scene before of Pandora's body, I saw marks around her neck, which indicate she was strangled. Investigation? They want us to investigate Pandora's dead body? And how dare that announcement call her a poor lost friend? It's their fault for forcing this game on us. Echo, please calm yourself. It appears we're given an opportunity to right this wrong. It may be difficult to swallow, but it didn't just happen out of nowhere. Someone did this. A culprit. Culprit? It's only appropriate. The culprit we're seeking is the killer responsible for Pandora's death. His voice was firm, but I could see him clenching his jaw and his eyebrows furrowed as he looked back at the body. Cannon, however, stood unmoving. You know, I just realized she's the ultimate photographer, and isn't Canon a brand of cameras? She neither moved nor spoke since I saw her flinch at the first sight. It's like she froze. Right. I guess it's a natural reaction to seeing a dead body like that. Yeah. Sei shrieked and immediately fainted. Sei! The rest of the students made their way in, fright painting everyone's faces as they each caught sight of the spa's terrible centerpiece. Unbelievable. I wish the announcement was made in jest, but it appears I've been made a fool for hoping. Oh. Oh? Ah, this is too much! Why, Pandora? Why? Everyone seemed at a loss, with good reason for sure. The announcement said we were given a period of investigation, but I couldn't help but think it was such a detached request. Investigate the murder of our friend? where would we even begin? Missy's commanding voice broke the silence. So, we have been instructed to investigate such a thing. The Monokuma file should tell us all about the means of her death. Yeah, she's going to be leading this, I think. She's going to be our Kyoko. But how do we even start? Does anyone know the first thing about investigating a dead body? No one spoke up, but Missy pressed on. All we can do is investigate to the best of our ability. If there's even a small, trifling matter that plays into this, keep it in mind. We need to put our best foot forward in investigation if we're to find this heartless culprit. I have a bad feeling that the class trial may be an unforgiving scene. It's such a tragedy, dreadful more so that we must be the ones to discover the culprit among us. Among us. Sorry. Why is that still a meme? Everyone was visibly stressed. We all stood some feet away from the body, afraid of approaching the reality of our situation. The air was thick with tension, but Ashley cut through. Missy's right. We need to get to the bottom of this. Someone killed our friend for some awful reason, if not for the ultimate prize. Murder is murder. Someone dies at another's hand and that life is taken away. One lives and one dies. There's no gray area about it. Ashley's eyes were fiery with intent. Someone here. She trailed off, but we could fill in the blanks on our own. She didn't dare to utter the idea that someone standing within our ranks did this. She marched over and gently laid a hand on Pandora's, sharing a moment of silence for her. The rest of the group was unnerved, but silently agreed. Missy and Ashley were stern, but they were right. I was shocked at the sight of Pandora's body, but I mostly felt sad. She looked peaceful, suspended in a newfound, endless slumber. The longer I looked at Pandora, the more the suffocating melancholy in my heart grew. My heart ached to hear her voice again, to see her smile. She had so much life, and it was dashed away in an instant. I clung to whatever memories I had of her. I couldn't let her warmth, her love, her hope go unforgotten. Someone killed her, and we need to find out who. Not only for our peace of mind, but for Pandora's sake. Despite my fervor, I was still anxious about investigating a body. It was only natural. Just this morning, Pandora was so animated, sharing her breakfast pastries and getting along with everyone. But now all signs of life were erased, leaving a cold semblance of her person. I tried to work through the nerves by asking the others their thoughts on the situation. That is, if anyone had anything to say. Okay. The Monokuma file shed some light on Pandora's death. Looks like a considerable amount has been conveniently omitted, as is often the case. Often the most convenient parts. Or rather, the entire file has been paraphrased for the purpose of vagueness. May I take a look? Missy handed me a black postcard-sized sheet. Victim, Pandora Espere. Cause of death, victim suffered from strangulation, as I figured. No further injuries detected. So it was strangulation. Victim's body was discovered on the second floor spa lounge. Victim suffered strangulation. Estimated time of death is 4:05. No further injuries detected. Again, that whatever that shadow was that we saw We saw them coming from the direction of the spa, but we weren't able to identify them. But is that all the information we have? Unfortunately. However, we have to investigate the scene itself. I trust none of the first witnesses shifted anything around upon arrival. No, I didn't touch anything. I saw her body, ran out and yelled for help, which called Cyrus and Cannon. Neither of them approached her. Well, there's not much else we can do. I swallowed hard. I still wasn't ready to confront the body, but I steeled myself regardless. Something deep in my heart told me I needed to do this. Echo, I know what you're thinking. It's hard, but we need to face her. Okay, we can also discuss this with others. Yeah, the scrap of paper in the pool. First, Pandora's body. Pandora's bracelet, formerly a rose gold color like my own, was now a vibrant neon pink. I guess it meant she's gone. Ah, so does it... Is it also a life monitor, then? As difficult as it is, we have to search the body and scan for clues. Nevertheless, Missy was having a hard time looking directly at Pandora's body. Do you notice anything odd? I briefly looked at Pandora's neck. Yeah, that was my first clue that she was strangled. Her neck seems to be in pretty bad shape. It looks red from some kind of stress. Other than that, I can't really figure anything else out. The victim report, according to the Monokuma file, the cause of death states she suffered strangulation. Let's think about it. If she was strangled, what did the culprit strangle her with? Good question. Do you think the culprit went to the climbing center and used a rope? Or perhaps they cruelly used their own bare hands. I mean, there are towels in here. They could have used one of those, but I don't know. The marks don't seem consistent with that. Or bare hands. It looks like something thinner. The fact that we had to think of how the culprit committed such a thing was unnerving. There's a small scrap of paper in the pool. What's that? I'm not sure. I carefully fished out the scrap of paper, taking care not to tear it. Oh, it's one of those. It was soaked, causing the words to be completely illegible. Not quite. It was another one of those Kuma notes. Oh, it's impossible to read. Yeah, it's ruined. It almost fell apart in my hands. A note, perhaps. However, the writing's impossible to decipher at this point, but how could this refuse be remotely related to the case at hand? Don't know. It seems kind of out of place, though. Wonder who dropped it in there, though. Remember the announcement from this morning said there was a special gift for whoever went to the atrium? That is correct. It is possible that this note was the supposed special gift? I can't say. However, I noticed the larger ink blots were vaguely in the shape of something I had seen before. I left the shreds of paper on the side of the pool. I think I'm gonna be sick. I rubbed his back as he took deep breaths. Hey, it'll be okay. Ard could barely eke out a word in his state. Echo. It's selfish, but after I heard the announcement, I was relieved to see you standing in the room. That said, Pandora didn't deserve this. No one deserves this. I just hope she didn't suffer. Ashley fell silent and stared at her lost friend. I'd never seen Ashley so distraught. This is distressing, to say the least. Echo, were you the first one here? Yeah, I didn't catch anyone on my way here, though, so I can't say I saw anyone suspicious who could have done this. Again, what about that shadowy person that was, again, walking away from the spa towards the side of the second floor where the atrium is? You came pretty quickly after I shouted. Did you happen to see anyone? I can't say that I did. I was in the climbing center right next door, too. Climbing center, huh? Was Cannon with you? She came about the same time as you, if I recall correct. No, I was by myself. While I was in the climbing center, I left the door open if anyone wanted to join in recreation. No one came by the center, and I didn't leave until I heard your voice. I ran into Cannon shortly thereafter in the study just in front of the spa lounge. I wish I could look at a map of the second floor right now, but that would mean he would likely have seen somebody if they passed by the climbing center, right? Weird. I didn't run into anyone on the first floor either, so whoever did it must have just vanished? That's unlikely. Regardless, how did the culprit give us the slip? Cyrus was grumbling to himself as he tried to organize the events past. Is it really possible that the music provoked murder? I can't wrap my head around music being used to motivate something so extreme. I agree. I cannot condone the vilifying of music. It's proven that music has therapeutic qualities, but conversely, select sounds have the ability to cause anxiety and other negative effects. In that case, maybe the motivating music was meant to make us stop thinking clearly? I definitely felt startled when it began. Perhaps, the rhythm of music can affect your body. Given our experience with the motivating music, it was high-paced and likely used to cause, as the announcer said, blood-pumping excitement. I suppose those qualities could have been abused to activate a fight-or-flight response that would inevitably end up like this. Is that so? That wretched music was certainly irritating, but for someone to succumb and produce such an intense reaction, to what end? Was the music really that motivating? Or was it like in V3 where it was used to mask the sound of something else? Don't talk to me. Cannon spoke through tightly gritted teeth. She looked disturbed. Lyle, what are you thinking? If I'm being honest, I don't know. There's not a lot on the scene to dissect. The only thing that caught my eye was that shred of paper in the spa pool, but it's completely ruined. I expected a bit more keen observation from him, but even Lyle was either stumped or too shocked to speak on the matter. Again, maybe doesn't want to speak too much. I admit this is nothing, if not shocking to see. The words were unwavering, but Missy's voice was cracked and disjointed. Yeah, I can't believe it actually happened. It's inconceivable, and a Pandora nonetheless. She held together quite strongly. I'm certain her spirit would not have been crushed by a game of constructed of fear. Alas, there's no use thinking in hopeful hypotheticals, now that this has occurred. Yeah. I was shaken at how articulate, even on the subject of death, Missy remained. Just leaves. Say fainted as soon as she entered the spa lounge. Is she still out? Forte was kind enough to situate her in a spare chair off to the side to regain her strength. Nope, I guess so. Hey, Izzy. Indeed, no one is safe. After investigating Pandora's body, I felt an exhaustion like none other. Never in my life did I think I'd be experiencing something like this. The weight of the shock and melancholy of it all bore heavy on my shoulders. Is there nothing else we can do? I wonder, did anyone see anything else suspicious on their way over here? We all looked at one another, but no one replied. Everyone was understandably on edge. Of course, no one wanted to talk. It appears we've exhausted all avenues of investigation here. Such a lackluster amount of clues doesn't bode well for us. Yes, but if we've done all we can looking into the scene, there's nothing left but to discover Pandora's killer. Of course, that's easier said than done. Ugh. I heard Cannon grumbling in the corner. She seemed distressed. She's been very untalkative as... Alright, I think I've given you all enough leeway to get yourselves together. What, already? So, it's time for the class trial. I hope you have enough ammunition to shoot down the culprit. Jeez, we didn't even get to explore any other rooms or anything? If not, I guess you're all out of luck. There's an escalator in the main foyer that will cruise you all down to the special class trial courtroom. If you don't assemble in the elevator quickly, I'll send out a radio transmission that will release the toxic gas in your bracelets. You want to find out who did it, right? You don't want your lives to end before you've even had a chance to defend yourselves, right? All that and more will be available for your group in the courtroom. Let's get a move on. I'll be seeing you shortly. The announcement went out as quickly as it came. So, this is really happening. The group shifted around anxiously. Well, what are we waiting for? Ashley took the first strides out of the room, but not without giving Pandora one last somber look from the doorway. Forte gently eased Say awake, turning her gaze from the unsightly scene and helping her as she hobbled out. Quite the gentleman there. One by one, the others filtered out of the spa lounge. I stood back for a moment to take one last look at Pandora. We all stepped into the large elevator and began the dark descent into the supposed courtroom. The elevator sailed noiselessly toward our unknown destination for what felt like an eternity. Silently we stood. No one dared speak. I had a lump in my throat from the anxiety, the fear, the sadness. My stomach was knotted, my head dizzy, my heart aching. The spa lounge we were meant to investigate came short of any useful clues. We were only able to procure 2 traces of evidence, one fact of which was already stated simply in the victim report. The other was a secret note that only few were aware of. Nervousness was an understatement. I was at a complete loss. And that investigation was pretty brief. And I don't know what to expect for the trial. The elevator eventually slid to a standstill, shaking me from my thoughts. The doors opened to reveal our rendezvous point. The spacious dome-shaped room was topped with a glass ceiling, a third of the foundation revealing the sunset sky outside our confines. The walls themselves were barren and simple, a matte navy blue with a rim light illuminating the room. Hanging on the wall across the way was a grim picture representing Pandora. Her profile had been crudely stricken with a violent pink X. The picture frame was positioned so it was looking almost hauntingly over a circular group of podiums. It was a bleak place. To think there was a dedicated location for whatever was about to occur. Just where were we? Welcome to the one and all to the trial grounds. The stands before you will be the key locale for today's trial, so let's see some hustle, people. The announcement was much more imposing in the courtroom, echoing through the domed chamber, each reverberation almost pushing us into place. We readily settled in and stood in silence. At the stands we were placed in a circular fashion. Our faces, our fears, and our emotions were exposed to one another. The atmosphere, thick with anxiety, was palpable and crushing. I could feel my heavy heart pounding in my head. My palms were sweaty, yet I could feel a dreadful, eerie chill go up my spine. I tried to be strong, but my knees were weak, my breath short. We were here because of one unmistakable fact. Someone killed her. Pandora Espier, the ultimate baker. A gentle and caring person who wanted nothing more than to share her good spirit and delectable treats with the world. Someone here was responsible for her death. The only thing that kept me standing firm was the drive to figure out who heartlessly ended her life. A light began to flicker from the center of the circle of stands. The flickering gained strength as a shape began to take form within the light. Something like the shape of a person began to appear. Welcome, one and all, welcome to the courtroom. Who are you? What is that? Who am I? What is that? Answers to those questions don't matter too much. Besides, I think you ought to have more pressing questions since something super bad has transpired. She knew the secret of oatmeal and chocolate chip cookies. All you really need to know is that I'm your lovely judge for today's trial. Okay, maybe I'm not a real certified judge or whatever, but I will be the one passing judgment on what happens today, and after each subsequent murder to come. Judge but not really a judge is too long and confusing to address me, so you may call me Zero. Oh, again, just like in Zero Escape then. The hologram of a person named Zero presented itself, giving a face to the voice of our killing game announcer. Without further ado, I take it you all know why you're here. Jeez, you're all a quiet bunch, aren't you? You're all here to suss out who done it. In other words, you're all on trial to figure out who the culprit of today's heinous crime is. Did you think you could just get away with murder and win the prize? Nah, it's not that simple. The rules are as follows. Discuss, discover, and determine who the culprit is among your group. A majority vote will seal the individual's fate, and we'll just see what happens from there, yeah? One of few outcomes will occur. Determine and vote incorrectly, and the entire class is executed, with the culprit alone able to walk free and win the ultimate prize. That's the ideal endgame for the culprit. Determine and vote incorrectly, and the culprit alone will receive proper retribution and perish at the hands of your group decision. Whew, you just might live to see another day. Our victim today is Pandora Espier, the ultimate baker. A sweet young lady who could do nothing wrong, or could she? Well, people can surprise you. So with that out of the way, get to talking. Who exactly are you? What? You're still asking that even though I introduced myself all nice? You should have bigger concerns than that. Talk about the murder. I can't believe who did it isn't your top priority right now. Huh? No one wants to talk? Need I remind you, your lives are on the line? None of you start talking. You'll all default to having lost the trial and you'll all be executed. You don't want that, do you? Executed? What does that mean? The dictionary definition of execution... to carry out a sentence of death, it's really quite simple. On the one hand, it makes my job easier. I don't have to listen to bad deductions. On the other hand, I'd be terribly bored if this game didn't go past the first chapter. Leaning on the fourth wall a bit. Everyone, please, we need to discuss who could have possibly done the unthinkable. As trifling or even irrelevant as something may be, if you have any concerns about the case, speak now. It's scary. Say, are you okay? Say, please, don't push yourself. Yes, thank you. If he wants us to talk, I'll talk. I'll talk about how scared I am. I just want to go home. I can't get used to anything around here. I don't know any of you people. And then someone gets killed? Say, I understand it's difficult, but discussing our friend's death is necessary to ensure we don't find a similar fate ourselves. At the very least, we can try to remember our last moments with her. That Zero is right. We don't want to go down without a fight, right? Why don't we begin with Pandora's last known whereabouts? The silence in the room was oppressive. A trial to defend ourselves. Why did I need to defend it myself if I know for a fact that I'd never kill her? Regardless, no one knew where to start. Well then, I shall begin. Last I saw her, we were sharing a quiet breakfast. I can back that. The group was composed of Art, Echo, Missy, Pandora, and myself in the dining hall from about 7:40 a.m. to 10 a.m. After that, we kinda all went our own way. I went around the mansion with Echo to talk to the others who weren't at breakfast. Who'd we see again, Echo? Art doesn't recall. Okay, it was Say, Lyle, Oh yeah! Those people were Sei, Cannon, Forte, and Lyle, and we asked them about their talents. That's right, but when we were touring the mansion, we met with those four and no one else. Yeah, Ashley was the only one we didn't see. The only ones we didn't see after breakfast were Pandora and Ashley. I mean, we met with Pandora when we were talking to Cannon, but she didn't stick around long. She said she had somewhere to be and left to go to who knows where. So there's a period of time in which no one saw Pandora last. Is that correct? That window apparently being somewhere between 10 a.m. to approximately 4 p.m. Can anyone else provide their whereabouts in that approximate time frame? I was alone in the study for a good portion of the afternoon. I went to the theater at about 2:30 p.m. Oh, you must have left just before I went in. I went to the study at 3 p.m. I spent my time in my personal room. I wasn't in one place. I was investigating the mansion. Until 3, that is. I met up with Art for a little bit and eventually landed in the jazz club right before 4. I was regaling myself with the amenities in the theater for much of the afternoon. I was in my room too. After I had a meal with Art and Echo, I went back and didn't leave at all. I was in the atrium for a while. Sounds like no one has a particularly strong alibi except Art and Echo, who can vouch for each other until 3. What does that mean? It means that since many of us were acting on our own accord for an extended period of time, our whereabouts can be heavily doubted. Anyone could have lied about their activity and instead set up some sort of trap to get rid of Pandora, since no one saw each other. So we're all suspicious? It's difficult to narrow down who's potentially suspicious on those claims alone. Let's calm down and think thoroughly. Why don't we move the topic to the forced motive question? The question, along with the motivation music, was provided to push someone to commit crime. We ought to figure out what the question would have... We ought to figure out what about the question would have caused such distress. I know, it seemed like a very... shouldn't have been that big of a deal, right? The forced motive question. A small group of us talked about it briefly this morning over breakfast, but ultimately we couldn't figure out the purpose of the discussion. Why don't we discuss the purpose now that everyone's present? Okay, the purpose of the forced motive question. The question was, are your talents a true representation of who you are? Who are you beyond your talent? What could it mean? I should pay attention to statements that might sound interesting. A question to provoke killing? It makes no sense. How could a simple question make us do something as extreme as end someone's life? This morning, we speculated that sharing the history behind our talents would only create a greater bond between us. I am to be inclined to agree with that conclusion. It only makes sense, after all. But it's also possible it's a tactic used to instill distrust and cause discord. Oh? Hmm. What do you mean by distrust, Ash? Let's say someone didn't want to talk about their talent, despite the talent being something that's highly lauded. If someone wouldn't want to talk about such an unassuming topic, their resistance should become suspicious, right? Just because someone's talent is public knowledge doesn't necessarily mean the individual's life and practice behind it should be public as well. Ash, you kept your talent unknown to me for whatever reason. Are you saying you want me to believe you're suspicious? Of course not. How could you even say that? Did you ask someone about the forced motive question and not get an answer? No, I just didn't want to bother anyone with such a potentially loaded question. Is my talent a true representation of who I am? I never thought about my talent as a representation of me. It was simply a hobby that spiraled into something incredulous. I never would have thought racing would lead me to end up in such a strange mess. Sorry to press you so hard, Ash. Art asked me if I knew anything about your talent, and I couldn't properly answer him. That said, I think this conversation eventually proved your point. That it could cause discord. There is contention, even between us. It's alright. I'm sorry if keeping it a secret hurt you, Echo. I didn't mean to tie you up in such complications. It's not so complicated. You're my friend. If anything hurts, it's the fact that I burden you with this topic. Well, that's the purpose of discussion, isn't it? To bring ideas and theories to light. And I don't suppose I just performed an example of the question causing such an altercation. Huh? Oh, wasn't that something? Best friends reconciling their differences for the sake of proving a point. I suppose every discussion has to start somewhere. Okay, as you were. Right. Thank you for that bookend, Zero. In that case, what if the question posed was meant to make us look at ultimate students' talents as an end justifies the means product? A mean justice fry served with what? Art, please. The end justifies the means. A saying in which a result is deemed so important that any method, morally good or bad, may be used to achieve it. In this case, I believe what Echo is saying is, regardless of how someone achieves such advanced talent, or what the person is like behind it, is meaningless in the grand scheme of having an ultimate title. That somebody... Ah, yes. It is kind of like that, Izzy. But I'm wondering if somebody... Did somebody do something unscrupulous to achieve their ultimate title? After all, didn't we all sign up for the Preservation Project, knowing full well that we needed to bear an ultimate title? An ultimate title? A precariously valuable title someone receives for super excelling in their field of expertise. But what does this possibly have to do with Pandora getting killed? There's no way anyone was, like, jealous of her talent or something, was there? We were all strangers before meeting in this scary place anyway. I fully want to believe. I want to believe we all got along well with her. We all got along with each other, in fact. Without the killing game pressure, I don't see how anyone could possibly harbor any ill will. Finally hearing your music, huh? Well, sort of, but at least. Nah, someone's gotta hate her. What? What? I'm bored. You weren't talking about anything interesting, so I thought I'd throw y'all a little bone to get the ball rolling a little faster. Not one single person is going to be loved by everyone. It's just not possible. How could you say that? She did nothing but show kindness and warmth toward everyone. Pandora only ever wanted to share good food with good friends. Yes, she always worked tirelessly to bring us together with her delicacies. Blah! Oh, good show, everyone. You're all such great actors. Huh. I guess it's been fun watching, but the discussion isn't really going anywhere. Oh? I'll just put an end to this now. This case, this trial, it's all an elaborate ARG scheme. Are you still on about that? Lyle? It's all an act. The reason why there's so few clues is just a way to save resources. Imagine if the folks setting up the game had to use a bunch of fake blood to create the scene. Though I suppose for the sake of entertainment, such systems exist to waste resources. Lyle, what are you talking about? Pandora isn't dead. She can't be. Nothing adds up. But I suppose if you want me to keep playing, I'll say this. Let's think of who was on the scene first. If I recall correctly, it was Echo, wasn't it? Yeah, I saw Pandora's body first. Then I called for help, which made Cyrus and Cannon arrive shortly after. Oh, is he gonna say Echo did it? Okay, easy. The culprit is one of you three. What? On what grounds do you think you can speculate that? Pandora's supposed time of death was 4:05, right? I'll set the scene. We were just minding our own businesses in the mansion, not knowing what's to come. Soon some nasty music starts playing. One of you three starts getting stressed out, so you strangle the first person you see. How else could we narrow down the culprit? It has to be someone who is near the scene after 4 p.m., and that person couldn't have gotten far after escaping the crime scene. In my opinion, a motivation to kill a la stress from music is kind of shoddy writing, but at least there was an attempt. Lyle keeps going on about the killing game being an ARG, but her death seems so real. Wait, doesn't that mean everyone's alibis from earlier don't amount to anything? Bingo. I believe you all discussed your whereabouts up to approximately 3 p.m. latest, but no one said anything from then to 4 p.m. when the music started. The critical moment is to consider is the time just before the murder occurred, obviously. If someone off Pandora via acute strangulation and made their getaway, it's not likely the culprit would have gotten far from then, and when Echo supposedly discovered the body. So, with the window of action narrowed down to between 4 and 4:05, does anyone care to share their newly updated whereabouts? Where we all were in the approximate time around 4 p.m. leading to the motivational music. If we follow through with Lyle's speculation, we might glean some information that'll help us. After hanging out with Lyle, I went to the atrium. The music was blasting in there. Missy joined me in the theater after the music started. I thought Forte and I could go backstage and control the sound system, but our attempts were futile. I was in my room still, hiding under the covers. I told you, I was in the foyer leading up to the music. Oh. Okay, so, did she see art in there, though? It was noisy, sure, but nothing I couldn't deal with. I was in the jazz club. I told Echo earlier as well. I was in the climbing center and saw no one suspicious dart past the open door. Like say, I was in my room too. If we... Did you run to the atrium when the music started playing? No, I was already around that area after hanging out with Lyle. Why would I go to a giant room like the Echoes to avoid that horrible music? Jazz club. Why did you leave the door open in the first place? I left it open just in case anyone wanted to join me. That's it? Is that reasoning so unbelievable? I guess not. Did you run was already around. They were in the theater. Wait a minute, Lyle. I know for a fact that the jazz club is soundproof. That's right. That... I would have assumed that the speakers would have still blasted the music in there, but if that's not the case... When I attempted to play the cello yesterday, you and Cyrus were just outside the jazz club in the hallway. Neither of you seemed to have any reaction when we came out shortly after. That means it's possible that Lyle is exempt from hearing the motivational music. Does it? I suppose you're onto something. I admit, I don't even know what the motivational music sounds like, but... But nothing. That's an awfully precarious situation you put yourself in, Lyle. Sure, it's odd, but what's stranger still is, how did Lyle know about the motivational music if he never heard it? The kiosks. Remember, they translate sound to text. But this time I saw only a message. It said something like, preserving the atmosphere of the room. Huh? Zero. What's up? You're the judge of this trial, but you're also the announcement operator outside these walls. I assume you can assist us with something clerical like this. Can you tell us what the kiosk message said in specific? Your current room is a special room that blocks all outside sound to preserve the atmosphere of the room. Please enjoy to your heart's content. I didn't write that, by the way. So you're saying we could have avoided the noise entirely? Isn't that too convenient? Wait a minute. In that case, what if Lyle is the one who killed Pandora? What? Didn't I just say it was the music that would have provoked someone to kill her? I was in the jazz club. I didn't even hear the music, therefore I wouldn't have felt the motivation to move. No, you could have killed her in the jazz club and moved her body to the spa lounge. But weren't we in the foyer? Wouldn't he... Wait, the jazz club is... No, the jazz club is on the second floor. But, again, he would have had to go past the open door at the climbing area. And then Cyrus would have seen them. That would explain the lack of clues in the spa lounge. This is troublesome. Did any of us investigate the jazz club afterwards? No, I was so shocked from seeing the body I didn't even think about looking elsewhere. Yeah, we didn't get an opportunity to examine any other rooms. I think we were all just as astonished as soon as we heard the body discovery chime. So perhaps Lyle counted on that fact and did in fact kill her in the jazz club. He doesn't have an alibi for a large portion of the afternoon anyway. Saying something like scouring the mansion for clues, he could have spent the whole day unsupervised, plotting the terrible thing that ended Pandora's life. Hey, haven't you heard the phrase, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? Well, that's not out of the question. After all, the ultimate puzzle master could have set up something elaborate. So elaborate, the answer to this murder puzzle goes right over our head. That can't be possible. I was in the climbing center, which is between the spa lounge and the jazz club. If Lyle committed the crime in the jazz lounge, I would have been plainly witness to the change of scene. He very well could have constructed that alibi to assist Lyle in his dark activity. Why on earth would I lie about such a thing? Settle down. Yelling at each other with hypotheticals isn't getting us anywhere. Agreed. If it will quell Say and Forte's worries, let's tackle their initial theory and go from there. Say and Forte are wrapped up in the possibility of Lyle killing Pandora in the jazz club. Is it worth discussing? Again, if... Usually there's no... Only the killer would get the, would get to go free in these sorts of things. So Cyrus would have had no reason to help him. Then again, he might not have known it either. Just to be safe, we shouldn't leave anything to doubt. If Lyle isn't the culprit, then he shouldn't have any problem clearing the air. Are you kidding me? Fine. What would my motive for killing her be? I didn't hear the motivational music, so that's out of the question. And I didn't speak to her about the forced motive question since I haven't seen her all afternoon. So tell me, based on my lack of time around Pandora, do I even have any clear reason to get rid of her? Oh my stars, you're all so bad at this. What? I'll tell you all for certain, nothing happened at the jazz club. Huh? And I'm telling you this because you're all just awful at this whole trial thing. Huh. Jeez. Guess this is what happens when there's no ultimate detective around, huh? And your ultimate photographer's so quiet. She's all but dropped dead at this point. She's had almost nothing to say this whole time. Ever since we found the body, in fact. If she did drop dead, you'd have to go through another trial, and I don't think I have the patience to watch you run in circles at this rate. Alright, since this is clearly going nowhere, allow me to throw you a bone. There's something strange about that note in the spa pool, don't you think? Yes, I thought as much when I saw it too. Lyle very conveniently managed to redirect the conversation from the piece of evidence on scene. I'll let you think for yourselves. The note. The note must have something to do with Pandora's murder, but what? I'm certain Art and Lyle know something about it, since Lyle brought it up with us, but... Hello? What's with all the dead air? Don't want to talk anymore? You don't want everyone to die without giving the trial your best shot, do you? Like, are any of you even trying to save yourselves? Maybe I should stop giving you these opportunities. I'm really imagining Zero as a cross between Monokuma and Kokichi at this point. The courtroom fell silent. It seems we all neglected the gravity of the situation. Or rather, we were avoiding it. It's just, nothing felt real. You too, Izzy? Pandora's death? Her body hardly showed any signs of injury. It's like she was asleep. It's as if we all wanted to forget the reality of the topic at hand, which was that someone had killed our friend. We all kept dodging and darting around the main issue. Yes, as painful as it is, we must discuss the murder. It may seem hopeless at the moment, since we don't have much information to work with, but clues will reveal themselves as we bring about certain topics to light. So, don't hold your tongue. We must do this to save ourselves. Then, I'll start with her cause of death. From there, it'll probably be easier to reason out potential culprits. According to the Monokuma file, it was strangulation. Can we identify what she was strangled with? We had to touch upon the possibilities. It may be difficult to think about, but no one said such a fight would be easy. Just what was Pandora strangled with? Is there something we're missing? I was thinking it might have been rope from the climbing center. It's horrifying to think about, but perhaps the culprit used their own hands. Let us narrow our thoughts and eliminate things that would be unlikely. We also ought to think about what in the spa lounge could be used. Maybe it was one of the towels. What in the spa lounge could be used? If we consider the following. The climbing center and jazz club were occupied by one person each. Neither of the occupants saw anyone else during their stay. And the killing occurred soon after the 4 p.m. music, so it's likely the culprit could only have used whatever was available on location. What, if anything, could be used? Think. Yes, and there's... Could it be? Echo, are you onto something? I think so. You brought up a good line of thought that made me rethink the scenario. I recall seeing something that might answer our questions. I believe the culprit may have used a towel to strangle her. It's an unassuming object, isn't it? Of course, there are going to be towels in the spa lounge. So the culprit took advantage of the location and utilized the tools available. The tool being the very towel she was resting her head on. Then they must have strangled her by wrapping the towel around her neck and pulling until she stopped struggling. Until she stopped struggling and breathing altogether. It would explain the lack of fingernails dug in, as well as explain why I didn't see anyone near the climbing center in the event rope was used. It might just be conjecture, but it's the best thing we have so far. But there's something bothering me, if I may. What I don't get is, why was Pandora seemingly so relaxed in the spa? She was reclined, and there wasn't any signs of a struggle in the whole room. There must have been the obnoxious music playing in the spa too, so I doubt she would have stayed. Yeah, her just calmly sitting in the chair. With that going on? That's strange indeed. I certainly couldn't concentrate on the climbing grips once it started. That music was so annoying. I didn't know it was playing until I was outside. More importantly, Echo, did you bonk your head or something? The spa lounge is soundproof. Oh, it's soundproof also. Huh? Well, I guess that makes sense since I threw the door open upon entering. Hang on, what? The spa lounge is soundproof? Whoops, was that not common knowledge? Hold it, explain yourself. Does that have relevance to the trial? If the spa lounge is soundproof, and the motivational music was playing throughout the rest of the mansion, whoever was in the spa lounge with Pandora must not have been aware of the music. Zero, I noticed in your kiosk message, you didn't specify which room was soundproof. It simply said your current room is a special room. Is that correct?